Hello everyone, this is Termuse, and today I'm picking up where I left off in the club meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, where did we leave off? It was Monica recovering from... Thanks, dear Melons. Monica recovering from her psychotic break, and then she did the most lampshadingest lampshade in the history of lampshading, where you bring up the fact that, oh, hey, maybe you shouldn't be club president at the moment, and, you know, if you're in this mental and emotional state. And she's like, oh, yeah, you're right. It's just like, it's the biggest, you know, the oh, no, anyways meme. It's like, she just did the biggest oh, no, anyways moment where she's like, oh, yeah, could have broken reality, destroyed the world, and killed everyone in it. Oh, well, you know, like... Okay, she didn't say it exactly like that. She was more like, "Oh man, yeah, you're right. We've been like really irresponsible with the whole club presidency thing." Oh well, like it's just totally lampshades the fact that she could have wrecked everything, like everything, and then just moves on and like decides not to fix anything or do anything differently. Which, I mean, it's a largely linear story, so it's kind of the way it has to go, I suppose. It's just a little funny to me. Let me make sure my Discord channel, the bot there, is picking these up. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna exit Discord there. This is the part where I fill in time before starting things up again, because there's about to be an ad break, and I don't want to start until after the ad break. Anyway, yeah, like she makes the comment that, oh, but it takes it takes some amount of effort to make changes to the code. So there's probably nothing was gonna go wrong as a result of my psychotic break, whatever. And then she acknowledged, oh wait, but she actually acknowledged aloud that, oh wait, but I changed the layout of the place I'm renting. So yeah, I guess maybe I can change things while in that state. Oh well. Like she doesn't have a moment. And nobody has a moment where there's like, oh yeah, maybe Monica shouldn't have this power when she's in this like emotional state where she's hallucinating and having this very public breakdown. Yeah, it's kind of an odd moment. It's like everything else, you know. I've said it before, I'll say it again, like, part of the fun in writing these characters is it's a cast of teenagers, so, you know, they're young people, so if they do anything dumb, you can just write it off as, oh well, they're dumb teenagers, what do they know? But in this case, it's like she's openly acknowledging out loud, yeah, that was pretty dumb, but I'm not going to do anything different for reasons. There probably are going to be plot reasons that she needs to have the presidency at this point. It's just weird because it goes against all the established canon for this mod. Like, they made a big point for the first 3 seasons. There were 36 episodes. Hey, Talon's here again. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? You mean to tell me they literatured these doggies? I mean, sure. And hey, since you're here, hold on. Oh, I can do a thing. Again, let's shout out Talon. Been good probably to go live. Oh, okay, cool. I hope it's okay if I do the shout out and clip thing. Wait, you said oh no. Wait, should I not do it this time? There may be folks from the DDLC community seeing this. Maybe you don't want to see the. I have to. Somebody go ahead, lol. Okay. Maybe it'll take a less embarrassing clip this time.
Let me know in the chat. Does this look good, guys? Does this? Do I look beautiful? Equip the other pistol. Okay. Oh man, this wig is hot. And so am I.
Of course you're beautiful. Everybody's beautiful. How could you ever doubt that? Being Vamo, yeah. Hey, it's a good cosplay. Yeah, you pulled it off well. What can I say? I really need more redeems on this channel. I only put the ketchup chips redeem in it because because of the ketchup chip references in The Long Dark, the game that I was playing earlier. It's just outside of that context, it's just an odd choice of redeem. I don't know. I need to put something else in there. I just don't know what to do. I have to give it some thought. I keep saying that, and then I never actually do it. Let's just spam you with ketchup chips. Yeah, well, it's good to have goals in life. Anyway, this thing it's supposed to show. Hold on. This thing is supposed to display progress in the ad break, and there was no pop-up like usual. I'm just going to refresh Twitch Stream Manager. Okay. Ad break starts in 10 seconds. Okay. There we go. I'm just going to blather on a bit longer while the ads go, and then I'll start this up properly after the ads. Anyway, yeah. Getting back to what I was saying, though. Yeah, so... they went through 3 seasons, 36 episodes of this, up to episode 48 here. 36 episodes of this mod firmly established that they cycle the presidency so that no one's supposed to have it for any length of time. To ease the burden or whatever. That's whatever excuse they chose to use, or so no one gets too used to it or whatever. And then we get Monica keeping the presidency for 4 episodes in a row, and then having her psychotic break and so on. I guess it's to build tension or whatever, but it's just weird that they broke the established pattern just for this plot point. I don't know how necessary that was, but whatever. We'll see how it goes. And the other thing that I was wondering about was like at the end where we left off. Oh, ad break has started. Where we last left off, we're deciding to hold the club meeting in Monica's room. We got MC, Natsuki, and Sayuri there. Yuri still curiously absent. She was curiously absent from the from previous scenes leading up to this, where they were like recapping Monica's mental state and so on. And now she's still curiously absent from the meeting where we've got everyone together. So I don't know if that means anything. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the ad break. Shoot, I need to fill in more time. Yeah, what am I saying? What am I doing here? Yeah, well, what else has got going on? I mean, I said before, I'll say it again. Each of the seasons thus far have had 12 episodes each, so that suggests that this is going to be the final episode of the series, because there's allegedly only a planned 4 seasons worth. This might be the final episode. I don't know if I'm going to get through the whole thing, because I played a couple hours of it last week, and the video that's posted on the official Club Meetings channel is like 7 hours long for this episode, so I'm probably not going to get through the whole thing. See what I can do. I have to kill another minute. It suggests that this is going to be the last of Club Meetings for a while, until the inevitable compilation, season 4 compilation gets released. Again, assuming it follows the same pattern, and presumably during the compilation, if it follows the same pattern as the first 3 seasons, they're going to have some kind of gathering where they have some bonus scenes, and including catching up on all the emails, all the audience emails that have been sent in. So presumably this isn't going to end in such a way that their whole simulation ends or anything like that. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. And ad break ends in 5 seconds. Okay, I think it's time to load this up. Getting right back in there. So yeah, we just had that conversation with Monica where she totally lampshaded the fact that, oh yeah, I might have accidentally destroyed the world. Oh well. Anyway. Yo, what's up? Glad to see you're still actually in bed and not trying to sneak around. Well, you guys have certainly yelled at me enough times. We certainly have. Ryan headed out after he let us know it was cool to come in. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, and Ryan is possibly, supposedly, maybe going on that date with Ayami, just to generate more drama. We'll see. Anyway, is everything okay? Yes. He went off to set up for fencing club since I can't be there today. And he's trying to make the best of an awkward situation between us. Ooh, what's this music stopping and Natsuki looking uncomfortable? Make the best of an awkward situation between us? Monica acknowledging the awkward situation? What is awkward there, Monica? Why would that be awkward? What with certain third parties pushing and pulling on him and me? Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Hasn't there been like a week or two since that incident at the fencing club where Monica overheard Yuri talking about Natsuki's scheme? Is this the first time it's come up since then? Is that why Natsuki's looking distinctly uncomfortable here? Sayori's looking worried. Anyway, again, Monica, I wish I could say I'm sorry, but I'm not. I had to do something. This boy is like perfect for you, and vice versa. Is that so? And I couldn't just sit there and watch you guys pass each other in the night, because of your dumb old emotional unavailability and pining for something you can never have. So I took steps to make sure you guys had a fair chance with each other. Whether or not y'all do anything about it is your choice, but it had to be done. Whether it had to be done in the first place was not your business. Oh, please. Monica being all hypocritical. How many times has she, like, tried to emotionally manipulate people? And so... emotionally manipulate them and manipulate them in other ways. I mean, not your business. Like, didn't she like break into the dean's office to? Okay. I mean, okay, we don't. Okay. I've commented on what level of manipulation is Monica working on here. I mean. She did break into the dean's office for some purpose that was not explicitly established, but is probably related to, finding Ryan accommodations, like getting because the whole deal with him was that he aged out of the foster program, and but the school and the government are saying, oh, it's their responsibility to pay for his housing. Oh, it's their responsibility to pay for his housing. So, I mean, the scene where Monica goes into the office and talks to, I guess, the secretary there, that appeared to be, I mean, she addressed them directly about Ryan. The dean's office scene, it wasn't clear if it was related to Ryan, but the subtext seems to be that, yeah, that's what she was doing. My point is, like, she's clearly meddling in things that aren't her business, so her trying to guilt trip Natsuki about this is kind of bullshit. Excuse my language. Anyway, moving right along. It was his business and mine. And how many times, Monica, have you made plans for other people's futures without informing them? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And for that matter, yeah, what about Ria, for that matter? She just decided. She just decided without consulting Ria that she would be happier. I mean, I get that. The claim that she thought Ria would be happy there was probably just a cope or an excuse, and it wasn't actually her motivation. But she did kind of decide what Ria's future should be based on assumptions. So anyway. When you set things up to go a certain way for people, do you tell them? Do you hesitate because it might not be your business? I mean, maybe you're right and I was out of line. Maybe it's effed up to do this. But if it is, then I got the impression that it was okay because I saw you doing good with it. But even I mess it up. I hurt people. I make bad judgments. I end up putting people in unfair situations, like Ria or any of you, really. And okay, you say that, Monica, but again, this is more. It feels like more of that lampshading. Like, oh man, I did some shitty things. Oh well, I'm gonna keep doing them though. like Monica. So you're saying all this, but even I mess it up. Okay, sure. And what's the follow through on this statement here? Are you going to say, and therefore I won't do it anymore? Ostensibly you're saying this to go, oh, and therefore you shouldn't do it anymore. But anyway, hypocrisy. Moving on. How could you? Well, no, never mind. That's not really what I mean. I'm sorry. You can come on in, guys, by the way. No need to stand at the door. This is about all of us, really. What's with the shuffling of positions again? So Miss Ida's there too? Okay. Okay, there's Yuri. Miss Ida, you didn't have to come here. Well, I think I did. You'll always be my student, and you'll always deserve the best from me. Himako, of course you make mistakes, and of course your friends do too. But that never seems to stop you from trying to make things better in your own way. Yeah, sorry, it just occurred to me. I'm just going to have my text document over here just in case I need to make notes. Anyway. And if it doesn't stop you from trying, you can bet it's not going to stop Natsuki. That makes sense. I didn't come here to talk about your love life or Ria or the time loop or any of that, though. I came to see how you're doing. Yuri told me about what happened. I'm okay. There's Yuri and MC's just been steady or smiling the whole time, even when Natsuki and Sayuri are looking perturbed. Anyway. I doubt it. I was surprised, though, I'll admit. I know you're a chronic overworker, but you also have a good precise measure of almost everything. I was surprised, too. It's a bit like seeing how far you can drive your car after the low fuel light comes on. You have some amount of time afterwards, and you have the obvious warning sign in the form of the light, but after that, it's very much by feel. I put a comma after that. And I misjudged the feel. Only by a little bit, though? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was only a little bit of hallucination. Anyway, going to sleep at all over the course of several days is not something where you test your tolerances. Something you don't try to do at all for obvious reasons. If whatever you're doing requires you to stay up for multiple all-nighters even once, it's not something you should be doing. Really, even one all-nighter. But hopefully you don't need a lecture. Yeah, I've already gotten one. Oh yeah? Already gotten one, you say? What the one from Ryan, or is she saying from other people? Lesson learned. Lesson learned. You say that. I'm sorry, I'm not convinced that Monica learned the right lesson, though. Like, even now, she's saying she only pushed it a little bit. Like even, in the conversation earlier with Ryan, she's saying, oh, okay, well, I just found out where my limits are, so I just need to take a step back. And, You know, like everything she said implied that she's gonna keep doing it. Like it doesn't. Like there's nothing she said indicates that she actually learned anything, really. But oh well. About sleep anyway. I'll still probably try to do too many things, but I'll just fail at them instead of not sleeping. Not sleeping is failing at them. So I am learning. Thanks for coming, everyone. I appreciate you not letting me fail at Literature Club, at least. Is it even possible to fail at Literature Club? I'm pretty sure I, at least, have done so in the past. I think everyone in this room has messed up at Literature Club pretty bad once or twice. Yeah, that's definitely true. We've all totally nailed it at Literature Club way more times than that. Bro. So let's stop moping around. Besides, today we get to do something cool and do Literature Club with someone completely bedridden. And they're not even dying or anything. We're all dying, Natsuki, just really slowly. Hey, uh-oh. There's no focus change there. Uh-oh. I have to take a note. Make a note of that time to report to Dev later. Yeah, Dev, club meetings Dev usually comes by to watch these streams. They're apparently on a flight right now, so they said they'd try to drop by later, so I'll just have to make this a really long stream, I guess. But yeah, there's something to make note of there. Hey, there's Mark we know and love. I'm not really bedridden, though. I could get up. You all just won't let me. No, your doctor said you have to be in bed until the day after tomorrow. He said that it was a range and that it could have been any time from 5 days ago until tomorrow. Yes, and it's going to be tomorrow. The vice president of the Literature Club commanded it. That's true, she did. Presumably referring to a conversation involving Sairi earlier. Anyway. Well, we have a lot to do today for club. Poems and emails, of course. Miss Ida, we really do need to have a discussion about the serious stuff at some point today. Especially since you're here. It would be a waste to have you come all the way here and then not talk about progress. Maybe so. But let's have everyone mentally relax for a bit first, okay? I think it's the perfect time to do the regular fun parts of club right now. You guys go ahead and do some poems, baby. I'll commandeer your desk to work on some quizzes I'm making. Okay. Well, besides poems and emails, we also have Natsuki's mod to get through today. A mod which I am told is epic and unstoppable and the greatest creative work ever made by a human. Well, whoever told you that really sounds like they knew what they were talking about. It is truly my finest work. Spared no expense. But yeah, I would rather save it until later, as usual. Poems first then. Wow, Natsuki failed to defocus there. I'm gonna make a note of that one as well. I'm keeping an eye out for the bugs. I'm gonna keep those reports coming in. Anyway, poems first then. I'm not sure everyone remembered, but we were going to do poems about time for this week. Originally we were going to do it last time, but then we got swept up in doing the high school club's poem topic. I wrote my poem about time anyway. It's fine if you guys wrote about something else. We all remembered, Monica. Well, actually, no, Yuri remembered. But because Yuri remembered, we all remembered. I am pleased to serve as a redundant memory bank for the club at times when Monica cannot. Thank you, Yuri. Did anyone in particular want to start? Well, normally this is where I'd offer to go, but I can go. I actually kind of liked how mine ended up. Here's mine. Take the medicine. When I was a little girl, the doctor made me scared. I never knew what to expect or ever felt prepared. Sometimes she would just listen to what my parents had to say, or listen to my heartbeat before calling it a day. But sometimes she would leave the room and my stomach would turn in knots. The air was thick with tension and I knew I'd get a shot. But I started growing older, and with each visit that I had, I learned the doctor's there to help. It gradually got less bad. But then I got all grown up, and there's a different doctor now. I still see my old one, it's just this new one's come around. My new doctor reminds me of my childhood sense of doom, and when I felt the tension each time my doctor left the room. Some call this doc experience, or some people call it life, but I think it's much more general, and I just call it time. That one didn't rhyme. My shots these days are lessons. I dread them deeply still. They're much worse than needles in a way that they make me ill. But just like a normal shot hurts you and makes you bleed, sometimes your healing's fraught with pain. Time gives you what you need. Well, there you go. Well, that's a heck of a thing. And it's called Take the Medicine. I mean, she's talking about, well, I mean, as the saying goes, time heals all wounds. She's referring to time as a form of medicine. It brings with all her life lessons. Like, talking about the new doctor is, some call this doc experience, or some people call it life, but I think it's much more general, and I just call it time. Well, there you go. I mean, a little on the nose with the metaphor, but there you go. Yeah, nifty. Okay. Time as a physician is not an idea I expected to hear today, but it is an intriguing one. Time heals all wounds, they say. Yep, there you go. Yuri gets it. Yeah, although I think this isn't so much about healing wounds, it's more like a shot. Like, time gives me the unpleasant experience I need so that I can survive in the future. I see. So it's a vaccine, in other words. An even more apt analogy, then. I liked the sort of narrative structure of this one a lot. Fun. You had to build up the childhood dread of visiting the doctor and not knowing what was in store. That way you'd have a good analogy for not knowing what life is going to throw at you next. Yeah, it's been a while since I wrote a poem that used a childhood metaphor. Forgot how much I like it. It always results in such a severe inversion. It almost feels like you really look forward to my poems being dark and horrible sometimes. I mean, honestly, yeah. Not because I want you to have dark and horrible feelings or anything, but because, honestly, Sayo, I just really appreciate your poetry. It's really amazing. I look forward to your poems. Sayuki. No, I'm kidding. They make me understand and feel some really deep stuff, even if it didn't have anything to do with your mindset in particular. So, I really like it. Just like I look forward to seeing some really cool movie, I look forward to seeing what you cook up. Wow. Wow is right. I kind of expected that everyone's poems would either be really positive or really negative in some way. I once again did not expect Sayuri's remarkable power to see the way beauty and sadness lurk simultaneously in everything. Or I guess not to see it so much as to show it. Sayuri shines a light on that kind of thing much more than any of us. Very wonderful poem, Sayuri. Thank you. I'll go next. Sure. Mutagen? There's a room before us all as we stand outside in the hall, and what if I pulled you aside and told you if you go inside that we can know for true the person who comes out will not be you? Sometimes the change is small, barely noticeable at all, but it's always there, just a question of where. And what if it's vast, the change that is cast? The self you know enters the room and emerges a stranger in the gloom. You'd never go in, as a rule, to enters the mark of a fool, but you're locked in now, and you can't get out. That's kind of you just set it up for a rhyme and then let it fall flat on the. Really brings out the feeling in the last line. That's the quote from Natsuki from the original game. Yeah, once again. Yeah, mutagen. Yeah, once again, MC's poem is about establishing and finding an identity for himself. That's sort of been his running thing for the entirety of the series. Talking about how he's changed over time. Sometimes the change is small, barely noticeable, but it's always there. It's just a question of where. Yep. There you go. Moving on. Hell yeah, it is Sudden Swerve Poem Central in here today. I'm loving it. Does yours have a swerve this week? Mostly. I mean, yes, there's a swerve. It's just maybe not as sharp as I usually like it. Ah. The meter here is very intriguing. I don't think any of us has ever tried anything like it. Thought you might like that. I do. How'd you decide on it? Honestly, it just started as an attempt to only have to think of one set of rhymes at a time. Sometimes I write poems by doing rhymes first and then sketching out the rest of the poem around it. Then I noticed that something interesting was happening with just the rhyming lines, so I went with that. I certainly could not tell it was improvised. It looked like the result of design. It seems like you're more resistant to change than you used to be, MC. Is he, though? Is he? I mean, I guess you could argue that. Considering the whole scene with the intervention from Sairi and Kagami earlier. Like, he was reluctant to go to therapy and so on. But, I mean, Sairi was also reluctant to go to therapy, so I don't know if that's necessarily a sign that he's becoming more resistant to change than he used to be, but whatever, moving on. Yeah, maybe so. It definitely seems scarier than it used to be, than it used to. Why do you think? Well, it actually started happening for one thing. We were still looping our senior year. Change was always possible, but never actually here. It was something I could look forward to, but never experience. But now it's here. And the main thing, I guess, is that it's all happening so fast. So many things are different and confusing and intimidating all at once. Feels like I should only have to confront one of these life changes at a time. But instead, everything changes, and it feels like it's faster than I can keep up with. It seems like you're doing a good job keeping up to me. I thought your poem was very pretty. I could really get the feeling of fear. And that fear is pretty. Of course, any emotion can be pretty. I think the darker ones are prettiest. As art, I mean, not in real life. I guess that's kind of a weird inversion. Everyone wants to read a story where there's a lot of conflict and sadness and tragedy and overcoming pain, but no one actually wants to have those things in their own lives. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, when you're reading about something or watching a show or whatever, like that's a theme I've harped on a fair bit. There can be some catharsis in watching fictional characters overcome adversity. That whole thing of you might have trouble overcoming emotional difficulties in real life, so you can have the chance to overcome them in a fictional setting, which is more controlled. So I think that's part of the reason why all my stories, all my mods, all 9 of the mods that I've released for this game all feature some kind of angst or adversity that is overcome to reach a happy ending. It's because I just find that whole format kind of emotionally fulfilling. But yeah, everyone wants to, as Sairi said, everyone wants to read a story where there's conflict, sadness, tragedy, overcoming pain, but not to have those things in their own lives. Well, yeah, because the fictional version is hopefully the substitute for having it in your real life, because having those negative things in your real life sucks. It's better to have fake fictional versions. Anyway, moving on. Maybe the same is true of poetry for me. Maybe you find it especially beautiful, that dark stuff, because it mirrors how you feel. That's definitely true. Strangely enough, I have a hard time empathizing. Is that strange, though? Maybe it's just because you generally lack empathy, Monica. You sociopath. I mean, sorry, it's just... I mean, we just went over the whole thing. I mean, of the whole fact that Monica has a long-standing habit of manipulating people, both physically and emotionally. But whatever, moving on. I'm actually alright with change. Change is constant, and none of us are the same people now as we were a year ago, even. It's something I can roll with. It's just that break in continuity, that change where things end completely, that I don't like. Continuity. It's a curious word choice there. I mean, I know we've well established that Monica hates death and so on in this mod. The change where things end completely, I don't like. Clearly referring to, I mean, well, death or kind of change, like where they're leaving things behind, like with moving on to college, presumably. But the curious phrase, breaking continuity. I'm suddenly reminded of a game that I played on Halloween a few years back. It was a horror game called Soma, which deals a lot with themes of identity, what it means to be human, what it means to be alive, and that talk of continuity comes up a lot in that game. It's a running thing. I don't know if I can get into a discussion of what the themes they come at there without getting into spoilers. Or can I? Well, I mean, the plot of the game follows like this modern day it's set in Toronto, actually, a Torontonian guy who goes for an experimental medical technique and then wakes up in a mysterious place somewhere in the future with no idea how he got there. There are all kinds of horrifying things all around him, and it's shoot. How do I even segue this without? Sorry, I'm trying to bring us back to the theme of continuity, but not give spoilers. I don't know. Maybe I should drop that whole line. It's just it's just this, there's this post-apocalyptic world where they're trying to preserve remnants of humanity and preserving a sense of continuity is really important to some of them. There's some disagreement, and again, to say more spoilers, trying to continue the human race. Hell, I should probably just drop that subject. I'm generally of the opinion that the best way to appreciate media is to go in completely blind and not know what's coming. But there's some fascinating stuff that's discussed in the game Soma. I highly recommend it. Particularly if you're a fan of horror. I think there are settings that reduce the horror aspect a bit. It definitely is a horror game, though. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. That breaking continuity, the change where things end completely, they don't like. But nothing really ends completely, it just changes. Energy can't be created or destroyed and so forth. Yeah, but I'm Monica, and Monica is not just some energy, it's energy in a particular arrangement. And that can be destroyed. I mean, yeah. But anyway, enough of my existential whining. Dempsey's poem is strong, unique and well-considered structure, a profound and thought-provoking concept complete with a very nice snapping twist. Something here for everyone, really. Who's next? Me. Tight budget. I'm a budgeter. I have to be. I guess that's supposed to be a period there. I'm a budgeter. I have to be. My dad taught me because we're poor. Even now, when we have more, I keep score to the last decimal place. So much the surprise when I find this budget, there's no way to touch it or make any adjustment. There's no income, just an account with a single amount that only goes down. No rationing here. Once it's gone, you move on, and there's only questions. What will I do? How do I spend it? Where can I send it? And will I be worth it? Oh. Welp. Yeah, going from talking about budgeting money to budgeting time. Yeah, doesn't actually use the word time. We just know because from the fact that that's the given topic. What will I do? How do I spend it? Where can I send it? Will I be worth it? Oh man. Like the last question, will I be worth it? Is I'm just reminded of that question. I mean, Monica brings it up in Act 3. Act 3 of the original game, where she's talking about, part of her reason for being a vegetarian is she doesn't want to be a drain on the world's resources. She wants her value in the world to be a net positive, and she wants to give more than she takes away. Which is, I have to imagine, is a very stressful way to live if you're constantly worried about, oh no, am I worth it? I mean, some people would argue that like everyone's worth it by default. Like, everyone's worthy of existence. Like, holding on to this. Yeah, like worrying about your relative worth is just it's just a stressful way to live. I mean, that's the kind of, like, I'm prone to depression and anxiety myself, so like that's the kind of thing that would cause me to spiral if I try to think too much about it. About oh shoot, am I being a net positive to the world? Am I like, I like to think I'm doing positive things, like everyone's a hero in their own story and all that, which in turn reminds me of I probably should. How much of a tangent do I want to go on here? I'm reminded of there was a podcast I was listening to the other day. There's a YouTube channel called Behind the Bastards, and where they talk about historical figures, like horrible people, and it gives details about the life and times, and how they got to be where they are, and so on. It's, some fascinating stuff. Sometimes they talk about modern figures as well as more historical ones, and there was one particular series there where they were talking about the so-called rationalists. It's a group of an ideological group which on the surface seems cool. Like they want to have this idea that they're completely, they approach everything completely rationally, and everything has to have a reason. Like all behaviors and choices, they have to have reasons for them. None of this like irrational, like emotional stuff or religious or whatever. Which okay, fair enough. You want to have reasons for doing what you do, cool. And they want to build on this notion that they what am I trying to say here? They want, just like what I was saying about the whole "will I be worth it" line, like and Monica's notion about she wants to be in that positive. They want to make the world a better place for the most people as possible, which again, noble cause, fair enough. But then they take it into some really weird directions, because they rationalize it by saying, yeah, sure, there are 8 billion people in the world now, but think about the future people. Like, the world is conceivably going to be here still for centuries, and there are going to be countless generations. There could be hundreds of billions, maybe trillions of people, and if you're weighing all the pluses and minuses of all the everything in the world, like trying to do the most good for the most people, then surely those trillions of future people are more important than the 8 billion current people. And then some of them take this, like some of this rationalist community take this in really weird directions, like they just rationalize doing the most horrible things in the present in order to which they justify by saying, oh, but this will benefit future people more. And yeah, the whole rationalist communities apparently is just this big cult where they just rationalize a whole lot of horrible behaviors, and they end up actually not really being rational at all, quite frankly. I don't know. This just reminded me of that because it's fresh in my mind because I was just listening to it. In particular, they were talking about a cult that was like a branched off from the rationalists called the Zizians, and it's yeah, because as the podcasters in the Behind the Bastards podcast put it, like they said that the way the rationalist community is set up, it's just it's just a hotbed for just pumping out cults, really. Like it attracts people who are absolutely primed for like cultish behavior because they're people who feel lost and feel, you know, socially isolated because they like the idea of being rational over anything emotional and whatnot, and they want to have a direction to go in life and so on, and then it leads them to join in with some kind of awful behaviors, sometimes up to and including like killing people for their own ends, and that was like what the thing that which prompted the podcast in the first place, that there were a bunch of murders carried out in the rationalist name, and from this so-called Zizian cult, and it was a big mess. How did I get on this topic? Oh yeah, I guess you know, like I have opinions. I can be pretty opinionated. I sometimes go on long rambling rants about my opinions on this channel. I'm just one guy on the internet, but I don't actually have all the answers. But I think that this whole notion of will I be worth it, of you know, trying to negotiate with yourself, like is my life worth it enough? Like is it am I doing enough good in the world, etc. Like I think it's better to just have, you know, just to live by your own personal code of, you know, being good to others and trying to improve your corner of the world. Like, you probably won't materially have a huge influence on a huge number of people or anything, but, you know, if you can improve things in your own circle, then maybe that's good enough, you know. You don't have to change the world, just your small corner of it, you know. I think if everyone like agrees to just, you know, be nice to each other, act good, then like maybe things will work out, you know. Like this whole question, will I be worth it? That way leads madness, you know. All this worrying about if your life is worth it, if you're gonna be a net positive, because like I was talking about the rationalists, like there are a lot of them who go in the direction of like suicidal ideation because they're worried that their life is acting as a net negative benefit to the world or the future world that they're trying to create, and they just do themselves in because they think that would get rid of it's more beneficial for them that way, or more beneficial for the world or whatever. And that's kind of sad. Yeah, I don't know. Some people they get too stuck in their head about like overthinking things. Like, I know that very well. I mean, like the king of overthinking over here. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough rambling. Now let's move on. Will I be worth it? Never once would I have guessed that your father would appear even semi-favorably in your poetry. He did teach me how to economize really well. He's actually taught me a lot. I just wish he'd, do the thing in the poem and try to get the most out of life. Getting the most out of life, ... It's a hard question, and a tricky question, because the more you try to consider how to get the most out of it, the more of it slips through your fingers while you are sitting there thinking. A feeling I know all too well. Is that so? Although to keep it on the subject of fathers, mine always used to teach me that time spent in careful consideration was never wasted. But still, time is always limited. A point that Natsuki's poem makes most eloquently. When Natsuki decides to use rhyme schemes, she always comes up with the most interesting ones. Just the middle lines rhyme in this. Usually it's alternating lines that rhyme. The middle lines rhyming gave it a really neat sound. Thank you. It just kind of happened. It wasn't some crafted idea or anything. But Sayuri's right, it still sounds really cool. And you still know how to deliver a swerve, even if it a little more gradual and less sharp. Is that supposed to say it's? You still know how to deliver a swerve even if it... Yeah, I think that's a typo there. I'm gonna make a note of that one or two. I'll have some stuff to report to Dev when they get here. Even if it's a little more gradual and less sharp. One thing I'm noticing is that we're all using metaphors to describe time. Sayuri had the doctor, I had the room, and Natsuki has the bank account. Wonder if time lends itself to that kind of thing easily. Perhaps so, for I too used rather involved metaphor. Oh, I guess Monika's going last. I had a feeling we were setting up Monika's poem going last. What about you, Monika? No, mine of course. Mine, of course, is about myself. But you go, Yuri. I want to see your involved metaphor. Very well. The road. I am walking west on a road. A tired old road on flat ground. Cracks in the pavement, weeds in the fields either side, and the sun is setting. I pass an old worn house. An old man stands on the porch. He smiles in this lonely place and says, hello. I return his greeting, grateful for small cheer in this cheerless place, and walk on down the road. You ask me, where are the house and the man? And I answer, they're gone. And you say, a great sadness that they exist no longer then. And I say, but of course they do. They're just down the road to the east. Yet I am on a journey, and I must keep traveling west. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, Yuri making time out to be an empty, desolate place. It's kind of sounding, and stuff that's lost in the past is just, oh, it's just over there. Grateful for some small cheer in this cheerless place and walking on the road. Yeah, she's just making it sound like it's unpleasant to pass time. Ah, well. I mean, there is a sort of, an attempt to not sink into the despair of feeling like something was lost by saying, well, they're still there. They're just over there in the east. Oh, anyway, moving on. Oh, wow, Yuri. That's incredible. I am glad to hear you say so. It was aimed at you in particular, really. I hoped it would make you feel better about this topic. Oh, well, it didn't. But I really, truly love this poem, Yuri. It is wonderful. Maybe my favorite you've ever made. Wow, really? Why this one in particular? Thank you, Monica. With Yuri blushing there. The favorite she's ever made? Is it the... I mean... I am curious now. Like, what about this poem grabbed Monica that much? If it wasn't that comment about, you know, oh, they're still there to the east kind of deal, which Yuri seems to think would have helped, you know, cheer her up about that topic or whatever. Anyway, moving on. Thank you, Monica. That is a rare sentiment from you. I made it. It's a marvelous metaphor, and a beautiful one. It's so filled with lovely detail, as is normal for you. I actually almost teared up a bit from this. Oh. It's so lovely and comforting. You only wish you could believe it. Wow, that was exactly what I was thinking. I just didn't want to say it out loud. I felt it from you. Anything that gets a reaction like that means you really did well, babe. I love it too, of course. Not as much as I love you. What? Why is everyone looking at me? That wasn't ironic? You're just saying you love the poem almost as much as Yuri? Yeah, what's weird about that? She's my girlfriend. Of course I love her the best. Of course you do, it's just that... Well, it's okay. She's going to snap at any moment. She's going to realize she's being cute and rage at us. Hey, man, I love my girlfriend. You, of all people, should be able to relate. I'm sincere about it, and I don't apologize for it. Aw. Well, that's cool. I mean, you know, for the last season and a half, Natsuki has gotten flustered about that sort of genuine expression of emotion. I mean, it's kind of in her character to begin with, really. You know, slow to give sincere expressions of emotion directly. Anyway, look at Yuri blushing there. Anyway, I'm sincere about it and don't apologize for it, and I'm certainly not freaking out about it. Are you sure you're quite well, beloved? Are you sure you're quite feeling well, beloved? It's one thing for you to be entirely sincere and unironic with your affection, but not responding to someone using the word cute of you is entirely unprecedented. Deliberate provocation. I've moved past that weakness. You all are going to have to get more creative to get a rise out of me. Noted. Sayuri and MC, any notes for Yuri? Nothing to add. Poem speaks for itself. Any praise I could say about it would only diminish it. You're a genius, Yuri. Hold on a second. Okay, I thought I saw a typo. Never mind. Your poem makes me feel very warm and fuzzy. Like everyone from our past is still there, just behind us, where we can't see them. Everyone we loved, we will really live forever in the times they live in. So I like to believe. I'm glad we saved Monika's poem for last, because I'm really excited about what she wrote. What did you write, Monika? This? Everything I have. What will be left of me when I have given all I am? This precious piece of fragile peace, this lonely little fire, burning in small kindling, what will become of it? It has taken all my strength and all my cunning to keep it safe against the storm outside. And already my years are short. When I'm gone from it, how will I feel its warmth? My years are short. She's 18. Well, I guess 19 now. She's still young. I mean, I'm sitting here age 44, so whatever. Anyway. And what will become of this which I have done everything to protect? Will you see it safe? Will you, who have such greater gifts, save it forever? Even you will have an ending. All things end, it said. And so this precious thing must end as well, it would seem. Truly, my whole life is a small part of a small part indeed, but it is my purpose deemed to preserve one mere instant of a worthy thing which can only last a moment in time and appreciate it nevermore. I've given everything I have for the sake of a mayfly's leg. Curious metaphor. But I'd do it again. For for the sake of a mayfly's leg? I mean, mayflies, they're the, very short-lived insects that show up for a brief time in May. Well, typically in May. Only for a few days kind of deal. But saying a mayfly's leg is even a small portion of a small portion. And this title, Everything I Have, it's just emphasizing this notion that everything she has is still a tiny part of a tiny thing. Hold on. I'm going to refresh Twitch's stream manager because I'm kind of wondering, shouldn't this be notifying that an ad break is coming up? It's not? Okay, whatever. Yeah, First piece of fragile piece. This piece of fragile piece. It's a heck of a phrase. A little fire burning, small kindling. See storm outside. Short wind kind of. I'm reminded of I'm reminded strongly of one of Monica's previous poems from season 3. The one that sounds like a suicide note, the one that which shows up in the game files when there's the incoming ad break notification. 5 minutes, okay. When she's removed herself from the game and she's in the files, and then the poem comes up. Which she later says she sent it to reassure everyone that she's okay. Cool, Monica. Send the message that you're okay by sending a suicide note. Fantastic. Anyway, the note talks about how desperately trying to preserve some part of herself in the house to be passed on to the next people living in that house, and then the new owners of the house just immediately throw it away because other people's history is so boring. And it's just a really bleak sounding message, It's just everything you do in your life to trying so desperately to preserve it just gets tossed aside out of hand. It just gets thrown away, erased, gotten rid of after you're gone. This poem just seems to carry on that sort of bleak feeling that anything and everything that she's done in life that feels so important to her is ultimately meaningless and is going to be lost and forgotten. She's not even a blip on the radar of the world, of life in general, of existence, however you want to frame it. I've given everything I have for the sake of a mayfly's leg. Small part of a small part indeed. Deemed to preserve one mere instant of a worthy thing which can only last a moment in time and appreciated nevermore. The line at the end, "but I do it again," is interesting in light of all this bleakness that's being expressed here. Yeah. Ad break starts in 2 minutes 15 seconds. I'll pause when the ads come on. I'm just taking a moment to another moment to appreciate the poem. Yeah. I can't help thinking about the fact that again, if this season of the mod follows the same pattern as the previous ones. This is the final episode, and that means this is the final poem of this entire series. 48 episodes, usually 5 poems per episode. That's it's like 240 poems that Dev has written for this thing. They're a machine. Holy crap! That's a lot of poetry. It's good stuff too. I kind of wonder if the maybe make a book of poetry on the side when they're not doing their lawyer stuff. You know, since the dev of this mod is a lawyer in real life. Yeah, it's an impressive amount of work. It's especially because like each of the poems is like written in the style of the given character, and its themes and so on. It's neat stuff. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get through this whole episode today, but so it's suddenly striking me that, oh man, this is possibly the last episode. I mean, until the compilation stuff. It's a heck of a thing. Ad break is imminent. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. And back again. Okay, I'm going to move the mouse over to the other side because I think I want to use the use my right hand for a bit. I've been I'm continuing to stretch my wrist and like it probably doesn't need it as much as it did before. It's but recovery from my wrist injury is still at 100%, so it's still a work in progress. Anyway, moving on. Wow, it's really good, of course. I knew it would be about, but I liked it. Me too. It's a very classical manga feeling poem. Manga poems just hit me with a sense of grandeur and dignity every time. Very impressive. It feels more tired than usual for a manga poem. What clued you in? The fact that I'm bedridden due to a psychotic episode from staying awake for 100 hours straight. Not like tired in a no-sleep way. More like tired? Life tired. Tired of life. No, not tired of life. More like tired from life. Maybe I am. But I think it's just the same feeling I've always had. Maybe it's exacerbated by me being in a physically weak condition. I have a question. Of course. In this stanza, you address some second party. You refer to them as you who have such greater gifts. Oh, yeah, I did kind of wonder about that. Even though I didn't say it out loud. Who does that refer to? ... Tormuse, perhaps? Yeah. No, not really, I think. Then what? ... This is one of those things that I think has to forever remain open to the reader's interpretation. Ah, entirely valid. Now then, unless I'm mistaken, that's all for all the poems, right? Yep. Well, I had the email selected and the identifying information censored. Oh. Okay, yeah. I guess that is a thing you have to do. But I haven't loaded them yet into our special club laptop. Oh, that's easy. I can do that. Thank you, Sayuri. In the meantime, I suppose we do have the last club mod for now. The last? The last? Yeah, no, hold on. There's, yeah, we had, okay. Yuri's mod was the, was the one about Natsuki getting, bricked up in the closet, the Cask of Amontillado or, knockoff or whatever. And Sayuri's mod was the what if scenarios. MC's mod was the shipping, and Natsuki's mod is being done today. It's the the experience, which I play tested, by the way, so I already know it's coming, but should be neat to go through in any case. And yeah, Monika hasn't had a mod, so is this the last? Is she just not going to get a mod, or is it going to be saved for the compilation? Or maybe the Onion mod counted as her mod from season 3. They just counted extra. Anyway, the last. What about yours? I wasn't at all sure. Uh-oh, there's another error there. She's just tired. She's just so tired she's misspeaking. I wasn't at all sure I would be able to oh wow, there's a double error in there. She's just tired. I wasn't at all sure I would be able to finish it anytime soon, given my current condition. Oh yeah, fair. Well, have no fear. My mod is extremely capable of making an impression. So you have repeatedly said. I worry you might be overselling it somewhat. It's impossible to oversell it. I know, people say you should keep hype levels low in case it doesn't live up to them. That way, if it really is hype, people can be surprised. But look, I can't hide how good my mod is. It's just not possible. It will blow your mind. Alright, well then, let's start Natsuki's mod. And keep in mind that we shouldn't speak while it's in progress to avoid confusion. Everyone ready? Alright, Sayuri started up. On it! Here we go. Presenting a Natsuki mod. Epic music. Produced by Natsuki Studios LLC. Creative and technical assistance from Natsuki. Directed by Natsuki. With backing from Natsuki. And Natsuki. Yeah, feels like the titles are on a little long. Plus a grant from the Natsuki Foundation for Natsuki Advancement. See, that one was on too short. Special thanks to Natsuki. Yep, with all the other credits for such an overly long time. A groundbreaking experience, unprecedented in the modern age. Natsuki Season 4 Club Mod. 3. Baking with Natsuki 3. Starring Natsuki. You must commit to this bit. With Monica, MC, and Yuri. No Sayuri. But yeah, I mean, I get the reasons for the long pauses, like, here's this song. Yeah, like the reason for the long pauses is Dev wanted the music to line up with the title card, which absolutely admirable goal for sure. I still think some of those pauses could have been shuffled around for better readability and also for better comic effect. I mean, for one thing, the one long message which had 3 lines in it, and the other, longish message was 2 lines. It would have made sense for those to be on there longer, and you could have had some of the earlier short messages on shorter to make up for it. I don't know. This is me. I guess I'm being nitpicky. It's a good gag regardless. But I don't know. I already discussed this with Deb during playtesting. I'm just rehashing it here. I know is considering that Dev is under time constraints and doesn't want to make any major changes to like relatively inconsequential things. You want to make sure the mod works. So they have to budget their time. They have to budget their time. Back to that time budget discussion. They have to make choices about what to focus on when it comes to making adjustments to the mod and so on. That said, my own opinion is that I would have liked to have restructured some of that intro a bit. Like if you're gonna put such pregnant pauses in there, use those pauses for comedy. Like the running gag is that every single credit is Natsuki. Like her name is all over it. That's the joke. So, like the essence of humor is the timing. You need the timing. The timing is important. Like you need the punchline of the joke to hit your audience's brain at the right moment. And I feel like it makes for better comedy if you initially set up the notion that, okay, Natsuki's name is going to be there for every credit, and you're going to put the pause before her name shows up. Like Anchor Lavino's here. Welcome streaming. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hello to you too. You know what I mean? Like when it says and Natsuki, you just say and pregnant pause Natsuki. You know, like leave some doubt in the audience's mind that maybe it's gonna have a different name this time. It's like, nope, it's Natsuki again. You know what I mean? Like that's. I'm just saying that there. I feel like there are ways to restructure those credits to elicit a more comedic reaction. Like, you know, like I'm not trying to poo-poo all over the mod already right off the bat here. It's just like I said, it's a good gag. I just feel like there are ways to tweak it to you know, has a better effect and whatnot. Anyway, yeah. So this is I do believe this is Natsuki's kitchen, as we've established. I mean, like her home kitchen, you know, at her dad's place, as was established in the whole What If series. That was, I think that's the only point in this this mod where her kitchen was used. The intensity of Limbo increased, refueled my soul for a console as sacrifice the world decided. Okay. Intensity of Limbo increased. For console, are we talking about like a consolation as in something making you feel better, or a console as in like a video game console? Sacrifice the world decided. Okay. This a line of poetry here? I'm just trying to interpret your message here. Anyway, moving right along. And so, welcome back again to another episode of Baking with Natsuki. I'm Monica, and please join me in giving me a very warm welcome to the host of our show, Natsuki. Cheering sounds. Hello, one and everyone. It is once again your girl, Natsuki, hitting you up with another baking recipe. Today, we're doing a classic dessert, but with an equally classic Natsuki twist. The wink. The wink and the fang. PS4 died. Oh no, realized my father is a cool gamer? What, the PS4 realized that he's a cool gamer, and so it died to prevent him from winning or something? Anyway. First though, time to introduce the co-host. You'll notice, first of all, that I am wearing my uniform today, after some goody two-shoes complained about double standards between me and the co-host. It was a double standard. I am the host. I am the star of the show. I am allowed to have a double standard. Shit, like, this is why you didn't get the permanent gig as the co-host. Oh, what a terrible loss. Enough out of you. As a result of continuing creative differences with our contracted co-host, today we have a very fine guest co-host, and someone with a bit of prior baking experience. You know they're good at it too, because they were taught by the best. Me. Gender neutral language. Everyone, please welcome MC. I mean, I guess that's her way of keeping people in suspense about who it is. Anyway. Thank you. So glad to be on the show. As well you should be. So, Natsuki, what exciting recipe do you have for us today? Great question, MC. Today we're making an even more fancy creme brulee. As fancy as the one in the stock photo behind us? Oh yeah, way fancier even. What is this? What is this, Z-order fail? I thought we corrected all of these. I looked specifically for those during the playtesting. 120. In fact, I'm pretty sure I pointed out this one during playtesting. Oh well, moving right along. For you see, this is no regular creme brulee. This is a black truffle creme brulee. I take it that's good? Oh yeah, dude, it's really good. Black truffles are a super rare ingredient, especially in Japan. So it's super expensive. That's how you know it's fancy. Ah, yes. Price. The best way to assess the quality of anything. No. And a Z order change fail there. What is this? What is this? What? Why are there still errors in this? After all the playtesting. Oh dear. I mean, these are very minor things, like, but I know they're ones that like devs' pet peeves, so I'm still gonna make notes of them. Anyway, I have no idea if your memory of the emails is this specific, but somebody had to have called MC John Literature Club. I don't think I've seen anyone call him that before. If they call him anything besides MC, it's gonna be, you know, like it's I've seen him, like, people try to come up with names to fit the initials, like they'll call him something like Michael Connor, or I've seen him called McCoy, which I thought was funny. John Literature Club, it's a good one. I actually haven't heard that one before. Anyway, moving on. No editorializing from the camera crew. Now let's get down to business, shall we? That starts with an ingredients and equipment list. MC, take us away while I get everything ready. You've got it. So all this depends on how many creme brulees you want to make. This recipe assumes 4 creme brulees in average size containers. Speaking of containers, you're going to need for this a big mixing bowl, some serving ramekins serving ramekins to be your serving containers, and a big baking platter with walls that can hold all the ramekins. Tell our audience at home what a ramekin is, MC. Yes, do that. A ramekin is a little cylindrical bowl, basically. We're going to use them to serve each individual creme brulee individually. For creme brulees, you ideally want one that's not very tall but is very wide. You want as much surface area as you can get. But if you have ramekins with more depth, that's fine. So get your 3 to 6 ramekins from 8 to 12 ounces in size together, plus your big mixing bowl. And your baking platter that needs raised walls. It can be more than one if you have too many ramekins too. Just remember, it has to have walls. It can't just be flat. Now, on to ingredients. This can all scale up or down if you want to make more or fewer creme brulees. Just adjust the ingredients proportionally, and remember, this is for 4 creme brulees. Cremes brulee? Whatever. Alright, so for 4, we'll need 6 eggs, a good bit of vanilla extract. That bare minimum is like 3 teaspoons, but it's creme brulee, and even twice that much will work great if you want to be generous. A bunch of regular sugar, about 10 tablespoons. If the tablespoons are heaped up tablespoons, ain't no one gonna judge you. You also need a half a liter or 16 fluid ounces of heavy cream. Heavy cream, heavy whipping cream, all the same thing really. Just make sure it says heavy and cream. Okay. So we'll also need a tiny amount of black truffle. A single truffle between 25 and 50 grams in weight will do. And no more. Not only is this stuff super expensive, but a little of it goes a long way. For the toppings, we'll need some assorted berries and some fresh mint. Blueberries and raspberries work best, especially raspberries, but strawberries are great too. Mint? I don't know about the mint. It feels like it's might be combining a bit too much of the savory with sweet flavors, but oh well. I don't know. I mean, I guess truffles themselves might go with it. I don't know. I'm gonna move on. Blackberries, well, awesome. Don't pair the best with creme brulee, taste-wise. Definitely get that fresh mint sprig going, though. I'll need one for each finished ramekin of creme brulee, and as many berries as you want. Finally, you'll need a cooking blowtorch. I remember you already had one of those from last time. True, I do. The blowtorch is critical. This is creme brulee, after all. And the brulee part is all in the blowtorch. Yeah, this is the dessert you set on fire. Well, maybe not set it on fire, but you are supposed to like burn the sugar a little with a torch. Now, technically, if you don't have a baking torch, you can get a similar effect by using the broiler setting on your oven. That's much less precise and easier to burn them with. And it's also a huge pain in the ass, but I'll talk about that later. Suffice to say, here in the studio, we're going to do the blowtorch version. Unfortunately, I seem to have run out of blowtorch fuel, though I still have the actual burner. And I actually don't have any truffles laying around, of course. Kind of a rare and expensive ingredient, which is the whole point. So it looks like we're taking another trip to the store. How expensive are black truffles anyway? Well, the real answer is that it doesn't matter because Monica's gonna buy them. But honestly, not too bad. About 7,500 yen or 50 US dollars for 25 grams right now. Yikes. Okay, 50 bucks for 25 grams? Didn't you say need did you say like 25, 50 grams? I guess that's already off the top there. I don't know, maybe it's here. Here you go. Single truffle between 25 and 50 grams in weight will do. But yeah, 50 bucks for just 4 of these things. Creme brulee, nice to see a preference common across the globe. Creme brulee is good stuff. I've had it before. It's tasty. I don't think the one that I had black truffles in it, but yeah. Yeah, I was about to say 7,500 yen. Isn't that more than the neighborhood of like $75? And I'm like, oh right, I'm thinking of Canadian dollars because I'm in Canada. So yeah, that probably does map out to about 50 US dollars. Well, anyway. And you're saying that's not too bad? Monica, focus up. Transition us over to the store, please. Whatever to the store, I guess. Fine. And here we are. Now while I go get what we need with the power of Monica's credit card, you regale the audience with creme brulee facts, MC. Sure. Creme brulee was first written down in a cookbook in the late Renaissance period. Renaissance. That was that would have been. Is that like the 1900s? Trying to remember my historical periods here. Uh-oh, we've got a bot in chat. Top viewers, etc. Okay, you go, Van. Obvious bot is obvious. Yeah, I'm just thinking back, like. Oh wait, no, it's not 1900s. No, it's earlier than that. Sorry. Trying to think. There's the there's like ancient time, and then there's was it? Is it Baroque, Renaissance? I think it was yeah. There's Baroque. Yeah. Renaissance comes after Baroque, but before Classical, I think. So yeah, much earlier than 1900s. Or 19th century? What was I thinking? I don't think I think the like 19th century, like 1800s would have been the Romantic period, and then Classical was before that, and Renaissance was before that. So it's probably like, is that like 1600s? What is that? Renaissance period? I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. I probably shouldn't embarrass myself by trying to remember this while on camera here, just from memory. I just remember there's a music history class I took like forever ago in high school. We talked about the different periods, and like the Baroque period was where everything was like it was super ornate, and then Renaissance was sort of like a rebirth of. or could Renaissance have been before Baroque? I'm getting myself mixed up now. The more I think about it, I should probably just look this up later and stop trying to reflect on it. I just know that the classical period is where a lot of the most famous music that people are more familiar with. We're from. What's this? Listen here. I arrived to watch the man at 7 a.m. and you decide to put a link to flood one's chat with bots? Yeah. I mean, bots are gonna bot. What can I say? That's what they do. But yeah, I remember my recollection was Baroque is the everything is super ornate, both in visual art and also the musical styles. And then when we came back to the classical period, it was a little more ordinary sounding, returning to the classics. Even then, it was called the classical period. And then the romantic period came after that, I think. And that was more the style of music was a lot more freer. And then once you get into the 20th century, it's kind of anything goes, really. It's musical styles change with the decades rather than with the centuries. Anyway, moving on. The late Renaissance period. Its name, meaning burnt cream, is French, but we're not sure where the dessert comes from, though it does seem to be from Western Europe somewhere, as it spread outward from there. It actually fell completely out of popularity during the 1700s and became a pretty obscure dish. Yeah, there you go. During the 1700s. So I think I may have been right when I said the Renaissance period was the 1600s. So that tracks. I've got a head full of useless trivia. This is me trying to employ the only almost useful skill I have. Anyway, it was revived in the 1980s when it became very fashionable as a luxury dessert, and it's remained popular ever since. Despite that luxurious reputation, it's actually a pretty cheap dessert to make. Although the version we're making here with black truffles isn't. Black truffles are hard to cultivate and they grow sporadically, especially in Japan, where they only grow in a few places wild, so that makes them very expensive. They're basically a kind of fungus which has a really rich earthy flavor that makes them really desirable in cooking. You almost done there, Natsuki? Kind of running out of filler. Yeah, I did find the blowtorch fuel. That was easy enough. But I don't think this place even sells truffles. Guess that makes sense, given how rare they apparently are. Well, I can't exactly order some online at this point. I guess I could call a bunch of stores on the phone and see if they have any. Or more accurately, I guess the entire show staff could do so. The entire show staff, meaning Monica, presumably. Okay, let's fast forward a bit so as not to bore our poor viewers. Fast forward, go. Still there's that from the last one. Man, no one could really find anything? Nothing, sorry. No. Dang. Hey, Yuri's still here. Okay, I don't suppose you have any ideas, do you? Well, I do have one. I'm not sure you'll like it, though. Hit me with it. I'll do whatever I need to do to get my hands on a black truffle right now. Well, not far from here, you know the woods and hills to the northeast? Sure. Rumor has it that one of the places where a few black truffles do grow wild is in those woods. No particular place, so you have to go hunting for them. But you could conceivably get a black truffle there if you're lucky. Well, heck, why not? Worth a try, anyway. I am not going on a random walk in the woods on a wild goose chase for truffles. Don't remember Yuri being this present during the playtesting. Wonder if she got some extra lines. How many script layers are we down at this point? How many script layers? I don't know, who knows. If you mean, this is a mod within a mod here, so there's that. So I guess 2 levels, if that's what you're asking. Anyway, honestly, hear Yuri say, I am not going on a random walk in the woods, is not something I ever thought would happen to me. Okay, maybe she should have that line. Whatever. How about you? You up for it, MC? Sure, sounds like a fun adventure. Alright then, Monica, if you would be so kind. What do you mean? You know, transition is over there. For goodness sake, Natsuki, there's so many ways to get around, you can't always use the magic of scene transitions. But this time, I am using the magic of scene transitions. This is baking with Natsuki, not complaining with Monica. Come on. Fine. One unusually long trip later, tee-hee-hee. Alright. Guess we're here. Looks like it. Wait. What is it? Man, this is weird. Why is it from my first-person perspective now? Why are my thoughts visible? Feels weird. You okay there, Natsuki? Yeah, it's just... things feel strange. Also, when the heck did it get dark? Well, you know. Sometimes these transitions end up taking just a little while longer than anticipated. Well, whatever. Let's start looking for troubles. I have no idea how to do that, though. Yeah, I think in real life, historically, they've used pigs to help find troubles because they're like really good at sniffing them out. Oh well. Well, truffles grow underground, near trees or something, right? Yeah, but we can't just start digging wherever, probably. Yeah. Maybe we should start by just having a look around and seeing what we can do. Sounds like a plan. Let's do that. Dun dun dun! This is, save because the other choice. And this mod has just turned into, like, point and click adventure. Well, point and click. It's just turned into an RPG of some description. Move, look, talk, use, take, inventory. Seriously, we're doing this? Yes, we're doing this. What? Don't you like games? You were playing a game before. In fact, you were already playing a game within a game before. Now you're kind of playing a game within a game within a game. That is triple the gaming. There's your answer, Klevanov. How many layers deeper we are? I should charge you for this, to be honest, but I'm not. So shut up, strap in, and start gaming, gamer. We're on a quest for truffles. Okay, so first of all, we're going to take a look at our inventory. What do you want to do? Look at inventory items, use inventory with other inventory, use inventory environment, or back. Let's look at inventory items. Self-esteem, the return of the self-esteem from Natsuki Quest. I was about to say Siri Quest because Siri made the Natsuki Quest mod, but yeah. Finally found a game in here? Yeah. Anyway, self-esteem. You know I got mad self-esteem. It's even more powerful than previously. While not being, you know, obnoxious. Maybe it'll even do something this time. Not that there was a last time or anything. This is a unique, contained, standalone experience. Yeah, let's go look at all. Might as well look at all the inventory items. I'm gonna go through all the options. I'm gonna click on everything. So bear with me. Webcam centered there. Magnetized hairpin. Oh yeah, Missy gave this to me like 3 years ago. Or, well, one repeated in-game year ago, but whatever. You know what I mean. She needed some piece of metal to demonstrate how magnetism could be induced, and I gave her this. She had some weird sciencey thing to it and said it was a permanent magnet now. Probably should have paid more attention in her class. I don't remember any chem stuff anymore. Anyway, it's extremely convenient and probably not at all pretentious, but I just happen to have it with me now. Alright. Inventory. Look at inventory items. Empty glass. Can you take an overtly extended joke in this font? Sure, go for it. I'll do my best to read it. Oh, right. Cool. Completely empty drinking glass. Don't remember where I got this, to be honest. Probably just absentmindedly carried it after drinking something. God damn, does my subconscious have narratively convenient instincts. And inventory, look at inventory items. MC. Yep, he's right over there. Just standing around. Not exactly being a himbo, but he sure isn't doing anything useful. And yes, he does look cute, as I have acknowledged previously, and no, there is no romantic interest there anymore. You're just really good friends who respect each other. Anyway, I guess he counts as being in the inventory even though he's standing there. Yeah, I should. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do the so much of the Natsuki. The thing that exhausts me most about doing streams of this is doing all the voices. Makes my voice really tired, and probably I should probably just do regular voice when it's Natsuki's internal monologue, where I'm gonna wear myself out if it's like all Natsuki speaking all the time. So anyway, I'm just gonna carry on reading as normal. Guess that makes sense since I have access to him, because after all, what is an inventory when you think about it? It's the stuff you have immediate access to, right? Makes you think. These and more profound thoughts accessible in my mental inventory. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just gonna save the Natsuki voice for when I'm reading her out loud lines, like when she speaks out loud. Anyway, let's look at stuff. Okay, there's trees, dirt, bushes, or back. Let's go look at trees. Kind of weird mix of trees, honestly. Like some of these are super temperate trees, but then I see some palm fronds. Does not make sense at all. Like, what's with the hanging vines? There's some weird biodiversity shit going on here. Vines? I feel like we should be able to take the vines then. Oh well. Well, I guess that makes it more likely that we'll find truffles. Choose an option. Okay, look at the dirt. Yep, that's dirt. Just good old regular dirt. Soil. Earth. Weirdly, it's kind of low on leaves given that this is a forest. Would have expected a bunch of fallen leaves, but whatever, I have truffles to find. Okay, and we're going to look at the bushes. They're pretty dense. Looking through a few, I see nothing useful in any of them. No way to fashion, for instance, an elaborate hook stick. She's called back to Natsuki Quest there. Just as an example. Okay, choose an option. So we've already looked at all the things. We can talk. We can talk to MC. Well, MC, here we are at the entrance to this kind of ominous forest. Yep. Da-da-da. Thrilling dialogue. So, like, you have any ideas? I mean, we're here to find truffles. I guess I'd try digging around here and then move on if we don't find anything. What if, and this is just a hypothetical, but what if I was scared to move on without knowing where I was going? I'd try to put together a way to know where you were going. Dun dun dun, foreshadowing. Foreshadowing is a literary device to... Anyway. Random H-bomb guy reference. Anyway, sage advice. And we can talk to Monica. I can't believe this, Monica. What? How have we genre shifted in such a fashion? Oh, it's fine. Just a little diversion to break up the monotony of a recipe being read back to us, right? I guess. Choose an option. Okay, yeah, so we've looked at all the things, we've talked to all the people, and I can hit move, we can... choices: leave the forest, follow a side path, or deeper into the forest. We'll come back to those. We want to do everything. We want to exhaust everything we can in this area before we move on. Use take. So let's try using the trees. Well, I could climb up them for a better look, but it's dark, so no, that's useless. Taking the whole tree isn't really a thing I can do. Darn. Take the tree and jam it into my pocket. Ouch. Space Quest 3 reference. Anyway, could snap off a branch maybe, hoping to create some kind of epic hook stick. But nah, truffles are underground. I don't need to, like, reach them. And what have we here? Would you like to go to Home Repair House Hotline 100 Lottery Diane Chem Cleaning Millennia Bags and Clothes Second Hand Funny Prices Optics Cube Copy Beauty Salon? I guess it's supposed to be beauty. Beauty Salon? No, give me the full answer. Home Repair House Hotline 100 Lottery Diane Chem Cleaning Millennia Bags and Clothes Second Hand Funny Prices Optics Cube Copy Beauty Salon. Um, mm, I don't have any reason to go to such a place, so I guess no. Right now I'm playing a mod. Anyway, moving right along. But no, Travels Underground, I don't need to, like, reach them. Hook sticks will appear when the need arises. Foreshadowing is a literary device for... Anyway. So, yeah, no way to use or take a tree, obviously. Already, you're starting with these nonsense options. I mean, yeah. Is a real store? Oh, really? Huh. I mean, I suppose there are plenty of malls that include lots of different stores, which might include all those things. And hey, Dev is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? When does not simply bake with Natsuki? 3. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome in. Welcome in. Are you back from your flight then? I hope you had a good trip, or if you're still on the flight, are having a good trip. Just got back. Cool. Cool. Yeah, we're at the very beginning of their adventure in the forest here. I'm just going through all the options here. Right now we're about to take some dirt. Well, we might as well get to digging. Home now? Yeah. Yeah, truffles are supposed to grow around tree roots, right? Yeah. Damn, nothing. Crap. Well, I guess we should move on. We could do that. Or we could do the exact same thing again out of some faint hope that if we keep trying the same thing again repeatedly, it'll work this time. We could also do that. Yeah, it's bound to do something special at some point in all this. Just not for this interaction. Oh. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing is a literary device for... It's bound to do something special at some point in all this, just not for this interaction. I mean, I was all ready to jump on and say, okay, use the dirt again. And it's like, not for this interaction. Ah, darn. Foreshadowing, exactly. Well, I'm going to, in defiance of Natsuki's comment there, I'm going to use the dirt anyway. And then I'm going to hit skip. Just to confirm that it's the same text. Because it doesn't let you skip if it's different text. Yeah, because of the setting, because those are my skip settings. Anyway, all right, fine. Use the bushes. Okay, yes. Sorry, I'm just doing the regular voice for Natsuki's internal monologue. It'll be too much otherwise. The other joke is full answer is the entire sentence rephrased as the answer. I was pushing on the person saying the store's name. Huh. It is a rather long store name. Say your voice for sure? Yeah. Okay, yes, I hear what you're saying. I could get in the bush, get my bolt action sniper out, see if anyone goes up on the gas station roof off in the distance there. Gas station roof. If I can land headshots, should be able to take one person out while the rest of the team launches over to get rid of the rest of their team before they can revive. And while I'll be at a distance, hopefully I can find a shield pot soon. Really need one. What game is she? I'm assuming she's referring to a game. Is this like a Fortnite thing or something? I mean, any of those battle royale combat types of games, really. Anyway, shield pots, we really need one. Oh, wait, sorry, we're just getting a breaking news bulletin here. Yes, apparently this is not Fortnite. Instead, it appears this is just some silly DDLC mod, and not Fortnite. But I can see how you get confused. Bushes and all. Okay, so, alright, so we've looked at everything, we've talked to everyone, we've tried to use / take all items, we've looked at all the inventory items. Use inventory with other inventory. Let's use the self-esteem on the magnetized hairpin. Hey, I passed chemistry. Just because it wasn't with flying colors doesn't mean you didn't deserve to get through. And just because you don't remember, like, anything from that class also does not mean that you got more out of it than just knowledge, like a mentor, and a weird series of events that resulted in your sister not dying of cancer. And also, sweet, a free magnetized hairpin. There you go. Okay, now use self-esteem on the empty glass. This glass is empty and not full. Not like as an optimism versus pessimism challenge or anything. It's like literally empty, and you know why it's empty? Because you stay hydrated, girl. You stand a self-care queen in this house. Applause from the audience. Renpai Battle Royale, bad herd. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Could be neat to code though. I mean, playing through this makes me feel like I want to make a mod like this. Like this could be a fun. It's a fun idea, honestly. Having this this adventure style. I mean, Crazy Kaylee has gone above and beyond in making unique dialogue for every single possible interaction. That's a lot of work. I mean, I might not put that much work into it if I made something like this. I don't know. Right now, I don't really have any ideas for making something, but something to consider. I don't know. Anyway, you could execute it like 9 million better. I'm assuming 9 million times better than I could. No. I mean, yes, I have I have razzed Crazy Kaylee, developer of this mod, a few times for I'm going to say inefficiencies in the code, because as part of the play testing, I did read through the code, and I was like, yeesh, there's room for optimization here. But I mean, like I said, dev is under time constraints, and sometimes you just got to go with what works, whatever you can push out quickly, and not worry about those things. Even aside from my inefficient coding, just the UI would be sharper with unit out. Well, I'd probably use the same format. I mean, I could, like, I don't know, snazz it up a bit. I'm not. I don't know. I feel like I'm not creative enough to figure out I don't know. I could. I'm thinking of things like I believe like mods like, say, Monica After Story has like menus that come in from the side or whatever. I haven't touched Monica After Story in like forever. Like I played it once back in 2018 when I was making a point of playing all mods and went, that's neat, and then I never touched it again. I'm sure if I load up the mod again, Monica's going to be very upset with me for not having touched the mod in 8 years. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I set my mind to it, I can. I probably can jazz it up a little. I just as far as I'm concerned, like this format is fine. I mean, having the options on the screen there, like it's very clear cut. There's a button. It says what the button does. You click it. It does thing. I mean, it's perfectly efficient design from that standpoint. Like this UI is fine. I am Caveman with mud. Look at my cup. That sounds so suggestive or something. For Season 4 collection, I'm going to do one last one of these? Are you serious? Oh, masochist. The goal is to radically alter the UI and make it much more like an old point and click. That could be cool. That could be neat. It's doable. Like, there's nothing that says that the buttons have to be these rectangular things, which beep when you move the mouse over them and light up when you mouse over them. Like, I mean, like I did it you just sort of need to like adapt the code from like when I made Turquoise, I had buttons which consisted of the like the male and female MCs on the screen that you can click which MC to choose the gender of that character. Just which it took some doing to figure out how to do that, but it was a fun little challenge, and yeah, you can just adapt that idea to have lots of selectable things on the screen, and yeah, traditional point and click adventure that could be cool. I click objects on the screen so forth. Yeah, just Surfing lazily off base game menu. Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, you call it lazy, but I mean, it still took work to put this together. I wouldn't call it lazy. I mean, like, like I've said a gajillion times before, like when it comes to coding, well, specifically when it comes to coding these DDLC mods, I like to ask WDDD, what did Dan do? I have a tendency to just take existing code and adapt it. Random example, like in Yuri's New Toy, the bits where I'm kind of spoiling the mod by bringing it up, but there's a bit where Yuri swings his sword and then Monica's arms fall off and then the upper half of her body slides off. And, it takes. I just took existing code from DDLC. Specifically, I took the code for when Yuri falls down at the end of Act 2 and adapted that. I just looked at it and said, aha, like this number represents the speed that she moves, and this represents the direction she moves, and this represents the timing. And then I just rearranged those numbers, and I turned it into, Monica's sliding diagonally and then falling down and then rotating, the rotating was effect was lifted from the bit in Act 2 when the whole screen rotates, and I just applied that to that. It's just about. I just took existing transforms and adapted them in other creative ways and stuff. You're kind of doing the same thing here. You're taking the existing menu structure and having it govern this RPG story where you can move around, interact with characters and items and stuff. I wouldn't call that lazy by any stretch. Incidentally, there's an ad break coming up in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Checking for claymation VNs. Is there such a thing? I suppose there probably might be. Hey, maybe you can make one, Kurlevodov, if such a thing doesn't exist. I know you're a fan of claymation. I've seen your work over in Code Server. Anyway, where was I? I was using inventory items on each other. So use inventory with other inventory. So we're going to use self-esteem on MC. Hey, MC, hype me up. What? Hype me up. Give me some praise. I need a boost. Sure. Well, you're by far the best baker I know, and your grit and determination are beyond belief. Anyone else would have given up on this whole recipe long ago. But only you have the drive and the power to see it through to the end. Thanks. Did you like that one, Torbuse? I did it just for you. I even emphasized the H for you. Wow. Actually did make me feel a lot better. Yes, that's a fantastic little Easter egg there. Because I named my character Torbuse, this extra dialogue only appears if the character's named Torbuse. Because I have harped on Dev for the writing the thanks as T-thanks, and in this case it's like the thanks instead of to thanks. So yeah, that's what that's about. That's funny. Anyway, ad break is imminent, so I'm going to be right back. And I'm back again. Doesn't by technicality, it's all mixed media? Oh, okay. Still, I mean, like, you know, art is art. I mean, art is. I mean, for me, the artwork is the hardest part of like the visual art is the hardest part when it comes to making mods. So, you know, if you can use some of your claymation figures, then you know, that's a significant hurdle taken care of. Just implement that into your Ren'Py game, and away you go. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah, so I just finished using the self-esteem on all three things. So let's use magnetized hairpin. Now I remember I remember from my playtesting that most of these, like, they do the same thing. Like I use self-esteem on magnetized hairpin does the same thing as using the magnetized hairpin on the self-esteem. And here's where I needle dev a bit. Welcome back, thank you. This is where I needle dev a bit about the efficiency part of it, because you notice the skip button is grayed out, which means this is new text which hasn't been shown before, even though it's the exact same thing. Copy paste it in. Like it. Theoretically, it would have made a lot more sense to have, you know, a separate block which it points to when you use inventory, like when you use it either way, like use self-esteem on hairpin or use hairpin on self-esteem, rather than have it a unique block of text each time. But, you know, hey, on the other hand, having it separated like that, maybe it helps with organization, and you know, ultimately makes it easier to read when you're trying to troubleshoot stuff, you know? It's basically just written this way to be easier to bug fix. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's for troubleshooting reasons, it can be a good thing to have it separated out and organized like that. So, you know, fair enough. Anyway, moving on. Magnetize hairpin on empty glass. The pin falls into the glass with a kind of clinking sound. Then it lays there. Deep, man. Deep. Okay, and use the hairpin on MC. Hey, MC, what do you think of this hairpin? It's very normal. See, you'd think that, but it actually has harnessed the power of electromagnetism. Hasn't, like, all matter in the universe harnessed that power? Okay, yes, whatever, but, like, I mean, it's also a magnet. Cool. Yes, it is. Inventory. Inventory other. So I used the magnetized hairpin on everything. So next, using empty glass. Use on self-esteem. That's not okay. This is. That one's the same. So use the empty glass on the hairpin. That one's probably going to be the same too. Yep. Deep, man, deep. Yes. I remember one of these interactions did something different if you use it the other way, and I can't remember which one it was. maybe that was a bug and it's been fixed. I don't know. Anyway, use empty glass with MC. Hey MC, what do you say this glass is completely empty or not at all full? Completely empty. That's kind of the thing anyone would say. No one would say it's not at all full. The whole point of the glass half empty thing is that because it's exactly half and half, neither way of looking at it is inherently more intuitive. When the glass is completely empty, it's just completely empty. You're no fun. MCUs on stuff in the forest has novel dialogue? Okay. Oops, not use take. Use inventory. Okay, so I've used the empty glass and everything, so now we use MC on self-esteem. Yeah, here, see, when you use self-esteem on MC, she asks him to hype him up, but if you use MC on self-esteem, it has a completely different dialogue. And that's it's like, oh great, way to make me feel anxious. But now I have to try everything on everything just to see if there's a unique dialogue this time. So like MC pin differs from pin MC, if you say so. Anyway, finally, a reliable baking assistant. I would say this is the only time this is true in the game. Yeah. That's what I observed when I was doing my playtesting, because I did try everything on everything. Anyway, a reliable baking assistant. He's not snarky, rebellious, and distractingly flirty like some people. He's not going to eat every single thing we bake like some people. And he's not some kind of ethereal narrator presence that can't do actual work like some people. You finally did it, Natsuki. You found the perfect baking sidekick. It's complicated. I only played Slay the Princess and only watched DTLC and mods as videos, so I still have a bit of difficulty to perceive VNs, especially with the Paracosm video series existing. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played Slay the Princess. That's on my to-do list. I would like to play that at some point. It sounds like a cool game. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Paracosm at all. Yeah, when it comes to VNs, like it's like it depends on the scope of the project you want to make. Like some VNs are like completely linear, and you just go through from start to finish, and that's it. And it's like there's no gameplay. It's just like a comic book, you know. And some are interactive and have choices. They don't even necessarily have to be on this level of choices, but it's yeah. VNs are like the format in Ren'Py provides the perfect like computer version of the choose your own adventure stories. If anyone remembers those books. Hey, and the Computer Geek 2 is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Slay the Princess mentioned? Yes, it was mentioned in passing there. Yep. We were talking about different kinds of VNs, or visual novels and such. Yeah, I haven't played it, so no spoilers. But I would like to play Slay the Princess at some point. It's on my to-do list. In between everything and everything else. I mean, there are a bunch of games I would like to play, to be honest. I think Slay the Princess might have also been made with Ren'Py. Yeah, that tracks. I hear it's like a visual novel format, so probably. The roleplay I was in and have undetermined feelings about Paracosm has a visual novel video series. Okay. Heartache. All right. Huh. Okay. That's neat. Definitely Ren'Py. You can see the defaults here and there. Okay. Voice actors did a great job with it as well. Very cool. Very cool. Maybe it'll save my voice when I play it when I get around there. When I get around to it. But yeah, I was commenting on the choose your own adventure books that were around when I was a kid in the 80s. I haven't heard about them in a long time. I don't know if they went out of business or what, if they're at all still popular, but they're like as a format, like there was a series of books. The most popular format was called Choose Your Own Adventure. There are different variants of that sort of format where like you're reading a book. It's told from a first person's perspective, and then at some point it'll give you a choice, and it'll say, if you do this, turn to page whatever, and if you do this, turn to page whatever, and you can make your way through the story and get different endings depending on what choices you make, and yeah, so it's like it's an actual book which has like this sort of format where you can make choices and turn to whatever page is applicable to whatever choice you make. And yeah, it's neat stuff. Yeah, I don't know if they went out of business or what. I seem to recall there was there's a YouTube channel I believe right now they're called Secret Galaxy. They rebranded recently. They changed their name. I think they used to be called Toy Galaxy. They talk about nostalgic stuff. They did have a video on the subject of Choose Your Adventure novels. I don't but I don't know. I don't know if they I'll have to watch the video. I don't know if they still make those. They're always a neat idea. I remember reading a bunch of them when I was a kid. But yeah, like visual novels could potentially act as the perfect vehicle for that form of story, you know, where instead of like, if you do this, turn to page whatever, you just have a button on the screen that says do this, and then it goes to that part of the code. This could be the perfect vehicle for bringing that style of story back. yeah, which in turn again makes me feel like, oh darn, I feel like I should, I feel like I ought to make a mod like that. I don't know. I would just need to come up with a story for it. That kind of mod is hard to make. Like having choices and diverging paths in the story, it means there's a lot of extra writing you have to do, and you have to account for every choice the player might make. So they're hard to make, but potentially rewarding. Could be fun to make. I just needed a good story idea. That's all. Anyway, where was I? Inventory. Use inventory other inventory. I believe they just want to use MC and other things. I think MC and Magpie's hairpin was next. I don't really feel like stabbing him. Not yet, anyway. There may, in the fullness of time, come a moment for all things, but it's not yet MC's fate to be stabbed with a tiny hairpin like a pathetic boy failure. Okay, and use MC on empty glass? Would kind of be a funny prank, I guess. I could be like, hey, MC, you want a drink? And then he'd be like, sure, thanks. And then I'd hand him this. And then he'd be like, but this is empty. And then I'd be like, boom, pranked. Man, that's terrible. I'm losing my edge. Okay. So that's all of them. We've used all the inventory with other inventory, so now it's time to use inventory with environment. So, alright, let's use self-esteem on the trees. It's nice to get back to nature a little. It really makes me feel like I'm whole and part of the world. Maybe there really is something to touching grass. I'm going to go through all of these. All the combinations. Use self-esteem on dirt. Dirt is something that people talk a lot of shit about. Everyone's down on dirt. But you know what? Without dirt, we wouldn't have a goddamn thing. Nothing to build on. Dirt holding everybody up. Just like you, Natsuki. Sure. Content, exactly. Inventory environment, self-esteem on the bushes. Other people see just a bush. You see tactical concealment. Because of your epic gamer pedigree. Okay. Use magnetized hairpin on trees. I think I'm going to need a slightly sturdier, sharp thing to chop down a tree. Wonder how long it would take me to stab all the way through a tree with a tiny hairpin, assuming the hairpin would never break. Silly thought. Okay, and use the hairpin on the dirt. Ground has indeed done me many wrongs. One day, I will be avenged on it, but today is not that day. I need a better tool of vengeance than a hairpin for one thing. And magnetized hairpin on the bushes. Bushes are prickly enough without me adding a hairpin to them. Plus then, what would I use to pin my hair? Or just hypothetically construct some implausibly elaborate plot device? Foreshadowing is a literary device for... Anyway. I mean, I've played through this, because I was part of the playtesting team, so I know what's going to happen. So, anyway. Sorry, yeah, we used magnetized hairpin on the, on bush already, right? Yeah. So now we use empty glass on the trees. Whatever plan this is will probably result in a broken glass and an unharmed tree. Your experience, you might say. Exactly. I had the experience. I have experienced the experience. Anyway. Those aren't odds I like. I decline to smash the glass against the tree or whatever the F your idea is. Use inventory. Empty glass on dirt. So I'm not going to do whatever idea this is. However, it would kind of be funny to just leave this glass out in the middle of this forest, and later someone comes and finds it perfectly upright. What could it mean? As cool as that sounds, I do need the glass, sadly. Okay, use empty glass on the bushes. This summer, come see the superhero film that's not got everyone talking. You are not ready. And then that movie preview is a huge huge bass sound comes in and you slowly zoom out to reveal the title. Bush Glass. Rated R. Coming soon to a theater near you. Man, I cannot wait for Bush Glass, can you? My hype levels are through the roof. Unfortunately, it hasn't been released yet, though. I guess we just have to be patient. All right, then. Okay, so we've used all inventory and environment. I think that's it. I think we've used all combinations in the inventory tree and the use take tree. We've talked to everyone. Okay, is there more dialogue if we talk to him again? Okay, the skip button is not grayed out, so I'm guessing this is the same thing. And yeah, same thing with talking to Monica. MC on environment? Oh yeah, that's right. Derp. My bad. Use MC on the trees. I probably need to convince him it was important to climb the tree, or chop it down with his bare hands if that was your idea. Either way, don't have a good reason. Okay, use MC on dirt. He's dirty enough, having traipsed into this forest with me. Probably get even more dirt on him as we continue on. We need to do this job myself. Nature will take care of it. And use MC on bushes. Tempting. I could make him root around the bushes for useful items so that I don't have to do it. He would probably agree, too. Except most of these bushes are pretty see-through, and I just don't see anything at all in there. No reason to use my MC trust reserves just yet. Trust reserves. Okay, I'm going to save it just because. I think we've gone through everything. We've looked at everything. We've talked to everyone. We've tried to take everything in the environment. We've used every inventory item on every other inventory item and on the environment. So now it's time to move. So I'm going to try leaving the forest. No. I came here to get truffles, and I will not leave until that is done. I get that maybe this is difficult for you and you want to give up, but seriously, lock in and game. Okay, well, let's try going deeper into the forest. Okay, look, gonna level with you here. I am honestly terrified to go further into this forest. I would get lost, like, immediately. I need some way to find directions in here, and I have very conveniently left my cell phone back in my kitchen. Aw. For narrative convenience, I'm sure. I mean the studio. Yeah, I deliberately skipped over this option because I knew that she was going to be able to go deeper into the forest. Take MC taken, use MC on dirt. I know it doesn't work like it, but still, yeah. Anyway, we're going to follow a side path. Here you go, new background. Okay, so looking at move options, so we can go back to the forest entrance or we can go deeper into the forest. Our options. Looking, more trees, dirt, and bushes. Let's try talking to people first. Man, I am stuck. Any ideas, MC? Not really. Just kind of thirsty. Oh, he's getting out a water bottle. Wait, hang on. Hey, wait, MC. What is it? Can I have, like, half that water? Yeah, of course. Here. He offers me the water bottle. I pour some of it into my glass and give him the rest. Wait, you weren't even going to drink it? Nah. But why just pour it into a glass and do nothing with it? Because now I have a new inventory item, MC. The possibilities are endless. Ah, I get it now. Say no more. I knew you, as a gamer, would understand. Hey, new inventory item already. Just had to talk to him while in the right place. Okay, and talk to Monica. I don't suppose you have any great ideas, Monica. Even if I did, it hardly seems fair to deny you the glory of solving your own problems. I'm just the host of this show. You're the star. You make an excellent point. There's something I was going to say. Shoot, what was I going to say? Whatever, I'm just going to carry on. Let's look at the things. Look at the trees. Huh. It's just me, or did the trees suddenly get a lot more tropical this way? Like to picture Monica sharpening her blade wherever she is while she says, "You're the star." Sure. You mean sharpening her weapon, right? The fencing reference? Anyway. It suddenly got a lot more tropical this way. Really weird. But whatever. I'm here for truffles, not trees. And we're going to look at the dirt. More regular dirt. Covered in grass and other growth, but mostly, but still. Dirt's dirt, I always say. Well, actually, I've probably never said that, but the general sentiment, you know. Okay, look at the bushes. Still nothing of note in the bushes. Appreciate being thorough, though. You never know when a bush is going to have some ridiculously helpful item in it. None of these, though. Okay, I guess we're gonna use the trees. Trees here are no more usable or takeable than any of the other ones. I didn't bring an axe or anything, so I can't harvest them for wood. I'm just not in a climbing mood, so nah. Bush Class does sound like an escape room horror movie. Now that you mention it. Okay, use the dirt. I'm gonna dig around some tree roots here, MC. Got it. I'll do the same. Time passes. Last one. Find anything, MC? Not a thing. I am going to need to wash my hands like 5 times after this. Wait, what's this? Oh my god, is this a truffle? I found a truffle buried in the ground. Wait, nope, this isn't a truffle now that I brush it off a bit. Just an old cork. Wow. I found a cork buried in the ground. New inventory item, woo. Okay, and use the bushes. Bush strats. Nah, I don't feel like getting filled with broken sticks and leaves, and probably being bitten by like every spider that's ever lived. Cool idea though. I appreciate you. Okay, so we've looked at all the things, we've talked to all the people. Oh, hey, what if I talk to MC again? There's probably going to be new dialogue, right? Anything interesting you found around here, MC? Not really, just more trees and not any truffles. Looks like the forest kind of gets inaccessible from here on out. We'll probably have to go the other way. Yeah, going deeper in is going to be a challenge. I'm sure you'll find a way. Yeah, speaking of which, what if I try to go deeper into the forest right now? No can do, Chief. From here, it gets way too thick. You'd be spending too much time trying to claw through bushes and overgrowth. Before you ask, no, there is not a machete or whatever laying around we could use to get further. Don't even try it. Just out of curiosity, if I go back to the forest entrance, it just takes me back. Just takes me back here again, right? And if I look at things, it's just gonna say it's the same stuff. Okay. Follow the side path again. Okay, well, let's just resume exhausting our options here. I was just curious. Okay, so we've tried moving everywhere. We've tried looking at everything. We've tried talking to people. We've tried use/taking everything. So now it's inventory time. Let's look at inventory items. I think it's going to be the same thing. Yeah, no, got messages. Yeah, skip is grayed out because again, it is its own thing for this area. Even though it could theoretically, looking at the self-esteem, because it's the same message, you could have directed to the same block of code for every single one of these, and you know, might help accessibility for the audience, but anyway, use/take dirt again. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Use dirt. Nah, I've played around in the dirt in this particular part of the forest more than enough, I think. Yeah, okay. Inventory. Okay. I'm going to assume that trying to use the magnetized hairpin is the same. And skip. Okay, well, fine. I'll look at it. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same text. Look at the cork. It's a dirty, mostly intact piece of cork, probably from a wine bottle or something. It's a little bit spongy, which is why I initially mistook it for a truffle. Looks mostly dry and solid, though. Okay, inventory. Look at the glass of water. Glass of water, which is 3/4 full. Oh, okay. Or 1/4 empty, if you prefer. The water, according to MC's water bottle, was spring water. In case that helps you. Oh yeah, that was the thing I wanted to comment on. This harkens back to MC's dialogue earlier. In one of the previous episodes, he basically expressed confusion about why people drink tap water or use tap water to refill a water bottle, because he just buys a new one every time. And this is just continuing from that established canon that he only drinks the original spring water that came with the bottle. He doesn't refill it. Anyway. I never know what strat you might be cooking up. Yeah. Okay. And if I look at MC again, yep, he's right over there, just standing around. Looks like it being himbo. Yeah. So it's mental inventory, etc. Okay, yeah. So it's the same dialogue as before. Okay, so we've looked at everything. Let's use inventory with environment. I know how this goes, so I know that they're in amongst the use inventory with other inventory is an option which moves things forward. So I'm gonna deliberately do the dead end options first, just for the content. Anyway, self-esteem on trees. The natural world blossoms for you and you alone this night, Natsuki, and also MC, and Monica, and the viewer at home, but mostly you. Use self-esteem on the dirt. Well, Natsuki, at least you're not dead and returned to Earth. Sorry, trying to make the dirt into some kind of affirmation, but it's tough. It's new dialogue for being in this area. There's lots of stuff. There's lots of stuff in this mod. This mod within a mod here. Within a mod. It just makes it funny that Dev, you made the comment that I just lazily used the base game interface. Like, I don't think you can refer to any part of this as lazy, but there's clearly a lot of work that went into it. I am a fan of your curtain, exactly. Anyway, using self-esteem in the dirt. Use self-esteem in the bushes. The humble bush might not be as tall or striking as a tree, but scrapes along and covers the whole forest, dominating the tree in total area. Poignant metaphor. Okay. So if you use self-esteem and everything. Magnetized hairpin on the trees. Seems mean. I mean, what did the tree ever do to me? Probably wouldn't even have noticed it. It probably wouldn't even notice a hairpin, I guess. But yeah, that reminds me. I mean, not that I'm seeing a typo here, but it reminds me. I noticed a few errors earlier. I'll report them later, Dev. I noticed them before you arrived. More about that later. Anyway, yeah, just put them up. Yeah, wouldn't even notice a hairpin, I guess. Still though. Inventory with environment. Use the hairpin on the dirt. Oh, right. Get the hairpin dirty, you mean. That way, when I accidentally stab myself with it, I can get tetanus. Brilliant plan, love it. No. Use hairpin on bushes. Well, first of all, no, I do not want to just lose my hairpin in the bushes, and second of all, jerk move. Some person, or more likely animal, goes rooting around there, and then bam, stab wound. Not nice. Sure. Okay, so use self-esteem and the hairpin and everything. Let's use the cork on the trees. Yes, Cork, this tree here is a relative of yours. Feel its presence. Wait, corks are wood, right? Wood related? Man, Yuri would know if she were here. Anyway, nothing happens when I press the cork to the trees. It's not. Sorry, it's just it is a bit of a funny and maybe cute image that Natsuki's just going around pushing the cork against the tree just because the voice in her head is compelling to her to. For purposes of the mod, anyway. Press the cork to the trees. Okay. Okay. Use the cork on the dirt. I just got it from here. I'm not putting it back. No matter how disappointed I am that it's not a truffle, this is still my precious baby. That's good. Look, I do the best I can with these inputs. Exactly. I mean, and she's doing her best to lean into the humor that results from those interactions too, so. No complaints. Anyway. My precious baby cork. Okay. And use cork on bushes. I have no idea what throwing the cork in the bushes would accomplish. That would just lose an inventory item for nothing. Nothing! That is not value, and thus I cannot approve the move as a certified gamer. Okay, use glass of water on trees. Aw, you're sweet. Wanting to water the trees and all. Do they get plenty of rain around here? Trust me. I, Natsuki of Baking with Natsuki fame, need this glass of water way more. Okay. Inventory, use a glass of water on the dirt. For all the dumb ideas you could have, and believe me, you've had some dumb ones, this is one of them. I am not just pouring the water out into the ground, you fool. Okay, use water on bushes. You big softy, I appreciate you watering the plants, but seriously don't worry about the bushes. They are green and hardy and getting plenty of water, whereas I am poor and starving and dirty and truffleless, and thus need the water more. Okay. Use MC on the trees. MC, more like M-tree. Got him. I don't know, he probably wouldn't climb them or whatever without good reason. And use MC on the dirt. If you want me to get dirty with MC, you're going to have to go do some questionable Google searches. Yikes. She went there. Anyway, this isn't that kind of mod. We're dating other people anyway. Sorry, Nat MC truthers, this is just not your content. I'm sure you can find plenty to eat somewhere else though, sicko. Anyway, inventory, use MC on the bushes. Wonder if I asked MC to crawl into a bush, would he actually do it? If I was forceful enough, maybe. Just have to say there's no time to think about it and he just needs to do it, trust me. And he would. But nah, I don't want to abuse that trust just for lulz. Okay, so we've used all inventory items on all aspects of the environment, and we've also looked at all of them. So now it's time to use inventory with other inventory. So I think... Yeah, we've used self-esteem on things like the magnetized hairpin, yeah. So it's just gonna be the same thing. Yeah, self-esteem on the cork, however, we haven't done yet. Only you, Natsuki. Only you could dig around in the dirt and find an old piece of garbage and then keep it. Because only you see the potential. You are a genius. Sure. And use self-esteem on glass of water. You know what was nice? MC just gave this to you. You didn't have to persuade him or anything. You just asked and he said, sure, of course. That's the kind of friend you have. That's the kind of friend you deserve. Self-esteem, I think MC is just going to be, hey MC, hype me up. Okay, so this is the same thing as before. So thanks, do you like that one, Tormuse, etc. Cool. Okay. So, spoiler warning, using the magnetized hairpin on the cork is the one that moves the plot forward. We're using I don't know if Crazy Kaylee did this intentionally, but we're using a plot point from an episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, if anyone remembers that series. There is an episode where Commander Sisko and Chief O'Brien get stranded on a planet, and he has to MacGyver together a compass, and he does it by sticking a magnet on top of a piece of wood and then floating the wood in water so that it rotates in the appropriate direction. And I thought that was a really neat and memorable display of O'Brien's ingenuity in that episode. Using any two XXX ingredients together recreates the XXX. I mean, sure, forgot about that, but I have seen that episode. Huh. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. But yeah, we're supposed to stick the magnet into the cork and then put them both into the glass of water, and then we have a compass, and that's what Natsuki uses to navigate to move deeper into the forest, and that moves the plot forward. That's what we're going for here. But yeah, let's. But I want to try all the other combinations of options first. So like, okay, I've used a magnetized hairpin on MC. This hairpin. Okay, so this is the same. I'm just double checking to make sure that's all the same. As soon as you said hairpin with the cork, I understood what for. Yeah. MC cork and MC water are unique. Yeah, exactly. So use cork on MC. Hey MC, say something. Hi Natsuki. Put a cork in it. I throw the cork at him. It harmlessly bounces off his arm and then falls to the ground. He looks unhappy about that. I awkwardly pick the cork back up and return it to my inventory. Well, this has been an experience. Dun dun dun. The title drop there. Well, I mean, anyone playing this mod now is not going to know that this was previously titled The Experience. Oh well. Title drop? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is actually referred to as The Experience anywhere in the actual mod. It was only referred to as The Experience in the playtesting channel. Oh well. Title drop just for you? Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Okay, and then we're gonna use a glass of water on MC, I guess? Nah, he's giving me the water. He's not getting it back now. Plus, he probably wouldn't take it at this point. I mean, I wouldn't. I gave someone some water, and then they wanted to give it back, and I was like, where's it even been? And they were like, oh, just sitting in my inventory. Yeah, I ain't taking it back at that point. Anyway, I probably need it for some puzzle bullshit or other. Genre savvy. Doing this interaction backwards so that you use MC with cork has a unique dialogue as well? Okay. Of course, all the trees, dirt, bushes in Area 1 have unique dialogues with that stuff. Yeah. Oh, wait, they do? Ah, oh, darn it. Okay, fine. I guess we have to go back to try that before trying to combine these things. Sorry, what was it? Where was I? So, if I use MC on cork, no, it's the same. MC say something. Hi Natsuki, put a cork in it, throw the cork at him. Yeah, that one's the same. If I use MC on glass of water, and he's giving me the water, he's not getting it back now. This is the same. Oh wait, never mind? Okay. Okay, so I think I've now used every combination on every other thing that I can. So I'm just gonna cancel. Okay. All right. I mean, if you're with it, apparently I abandoned that reversible MC thing halfway through without remembering it. So okay. So we're gonna go back to the forest entrance because apparently there's unique dialogue here, which I failed to come across in my playthrough during playtesting. So I don't know if it's actually going to be very interesting, but let's give it a shot. Let's use the cork on the trees. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure here. Maybe I could like get little tiny stick branches from the ends of the trees and stick them in the little cork holes. No idea, man. This one's especially insane. Get help. Okay. Use the cork on the dirt. Really not sure about this one, Chief. Unbury the cork over there and then rebury it over here? That would achieve absolutely nothing. Pass. Okay, use the cork on the bushes. Huh. Maybe I could, like, poke around in there with the cork and then it'll be less scratchy? And if something's in the bush, I could find it without messing up my fingers too bad? Like, some kind of exterior thimble made of cork? Or I could not do that because I'm pretty sure there's nothing in there to find anyway. Okay, use glass of water on trees. They're doing fine, believe me. They do not need my water. Natural process will hydrate them, trust. Okay, use glass of water on dirt. Huh, maybe that would get me some mud, which I could then keep in my inventory. Then if I find an oven, I could use mud with oven to make brick. And then I could use brick to make civilization. Damn, this game would need a tech tree then. So I guess I'm not going to do this purely out of laziness, sorry. Imagine that. Just to have another complete genre change and suddenly the game turns into civilization. Madness. Anyway. Use glass of water on bushes. Bushes are pretty hardy, and it rains plenty around here, believe me. Bushes will do just fine even without your generous impulse. But you're very nice for thinking of them. Okay. Okay, so I think we've exhausted all the use things on other things. We've tried all the move options from the other location. So yeah, I think it's time to move things forward properly. So let's use. Can we do them in different order? Like, what if I use the cork on the glass of water? Okay, so she just puts them all together, all three of them together automatically, I guess. We have genre shifted to a 4x game. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I totally see what you're going for here. I put the hairpin carefully on the cork, and then float the cork carefully on the water. Now let's see, if I hold the glass very still on level with the ground, holy crap, it totally turns. It points north. I hath created a compass. And now, look at inventory. We just have reduced inventory now. Look at improvised compass. A magnetized hairpin sitting on a piece of increasingly less dirty cork, floating in glass of increasingly less clean water. When you hold it very still, the pin points north. Man, crazy. Science is absolutely nuts sometimes. Okay. So we've looked at the inventory item. So use it with environment. Use the improvised compass on the trees. Tree, behold. Tree, behold. You are facing roughly east by northeast, as you can see from my compass. Are you feeling okay? Hey, this tree deserves to know. If you say so. Use compass on dirt. My makeshift compass would not be improved by a handful of dirt. Probably just pissed my dad off later that I got the glass muddy. And you know what? Fair. So nah. Okay, use compass on the bushes. I think the bush knows exactly where it is already. Plus I'm pretty sure it doesn't do a lot of traveling. Kind of seems like a homebody, really. Alright. Inventory with other inventory, so use a self-esteem on the compass. Another fine creation of your own ingenuity and creativity. You've once again woven straw into gold, Natsuki. How does she keep doing it? How can we be more like her? Why can't we all be as crafty as the clever and elusive Natsuki? Okay, and I'm guessing improvised compass on a self-esteem gives the same thing? Yeah. And of course, a compass has different interactions with the other tree bushes, etc. Okay, fine. I'll go back and try that as well. Improvised compass on MC. Oh, have the man navigate, is that it? The girl can't find her way around? Here, MC, you as the male should take the compass and tell me where to go and what to do. Oh yeah, speaking of which, happy International Women's Day. I guess, okay, it's 1:15 a.m. where I am now, so I guess it's past, but that was a thing today, or so I hear. I didn't really do anything to celebrate it or anything, but there you go. Anyway, I'm just too weak. My feminine sensibilities are overwhelmed with all the choices and decisions. No, I am a strong and independent woman who will find her own way. Natsuki, I accept this order as an international woman. Sure. Anyway, and what if I use MC on the improvised compass? Same text? Okay. Alright, let's move back to the side path. Let's try it out over here as well. Use infrared environment, improvised compass on the trees. Yes, I've successfully navigated myself to a tree. Congratulations. Applause sound. Do you maybe have another bright idea? Use a compass on the dirt. Look, gonna level with you. You could mean a bunch of things here. Use a makeshift compass to find the dirt. Bury it in the dirt. Who knows? Fortunately, every single possible idea is stupid, so I don't need to figure it out. Fantastic. Improvised compass on the bushes. Compasses are designed to find directions, like north, for instance, and bush is not a direction. No one ever says, okay, so you want to hear about 2 miles bush west. I know this probably comes as a surprise to you. Yeah. Okay. I think we've exhausted all those options now. I think it's time to actually move on. So move deeper into the forest. No can do, Chief. Wait, what? From here, it gets way too thick. We'd be spending too much time trying to claw through bushes and overgrowth. I thought, hold on, the skip button is not grayed out. Okay. Wait, do I need to go deeper into the forest from the start location? It feels like I should be able to go from either one. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll go back to the forest entrance. You can only leave from zone 1? Feels like an oversight if you ask me. Oh well. Anyway, move deeper into the forest. Alright. With a compass, I can totally do this. I just have to remember that I'm heading roughly northeast. So as long as I come back roughly southwest, I'll be fine. A little lore is that zone 2's further in. The zone 2's further in is physically blocked? I'm playtesting. Then in playtesting I realized that was annoying, but then I didn't change it. Okay. Zone 2's further in is physically blocked? No? It said the same thing. It had the same message as going further in from the start location. It gets too thick that way? I don't think it actually said that. I mean, I have to review the recording, but I'm pretty sure it had the same text. It didn't actually say it gets too thick. It said the same thing. I'm gonna level with you, Chief, etc. that whole line of dialogue. Maybe that. Should I try to go through this? Anyway, moving on. As long as I come back roughly southwest, I'll be fine. Let's do this. Huh. That is an extremely spooky-looking cave. I'll say. I didn't even know there was a cave like this in here. Is that so, Monica? Losing your reputation as someone who knows everything. Anyway, that's really weird. You know what, though? I'm almost certain there's a truffle in there. How could you possibly know that? Because if there's an epic treasure at the end of this quest, it'll totally be inside the spooky cave. I am genre aware. What genre even is this? The studio audience is still here? Hearing applause. Malco, extremely fake voice. I didn't know there was a cave here. Yeah. The genre is awesome. Clearly. Anyway, what do you think, MC? Straight into the cave? Probably. Maybe we should take a look around first, see if there's any... Who dares approach the Truffle Cave? Did you hear that, MC? The Truffle Cave. I think maybe we should be more worried about who called it that. That was a really scary voice. Beware. Well, I mean, it has a bunch of E's, so whenever text is drawn out like this, and they put multiples of the last letter, I imagine it saying be wary. But I think it's supposed to be pronounced beware. Anyway. It's probably fine. Uh-oh, we've got minor key play with it playing. Hey, you. You in the woods. Come out and show yourself. I don't know, maybe we should run? Nah, man, stop being such a coward. Probably just some weirdo trying to scare people. Maybe they heard us talking about truffles and are pranking us. Man, why are you so freaked out? Question marks might say be wary because he's reading from a script and doesn't understand the language extremely well. Sure, we'll go with that. Oh yeah, also there's an ad break coming up in 4 minutes and 40 seconds, FYI. I'll pause when that comes on. Man, why are you so freaked out? It's not that big a deal. Oh, right. Of course. Should I say it? I mean, I hate that I have to say it, but I probably should. Okay, ready everyone? It's right behind me, isn't it? Natsuki turns around. Okay, so be wary. Well, there you go. Here's the monster. You cannot be serious. Die! Glorious, indeed. The entity raises its clawed foot and tries to swipe at Natsuki. Whoa there, little buddy, calm down. Maybe we got off on the wrong... How dare you try to harm her? Question marks? Suddenly, a bolt of light strikes the ground between Natsuki and the thing confronting her. She is under my protection. You shall perish. Yuri, what the F? You can cast magic? Yes, beloved. Sorry to keep it a secret from you for so long. It's just plot convenient magic powers. But no time now to discuss it. There's no time to explain. Hey, we must fight this foul creature. Okay, whoa. Die! You, hang on a second, whatever you are. The genre switches are becoming way too much for me to keep up with. We're, what, an adventuring party now? I don't even have a weapon, and neither does MC. You'll have to make do with your fists and legs. MC, are you ready? Probably, I think. I guess we don't really have any choice but to roll with it. Indeed. But fear not. I can protect you quite effectively with my arcane arts. Die! Just casually been a mage this whole time. Exactly. I mean, she never saw fit to cast lightning bolts at anyone. She just didn't have a reason to. Yeah. Anime style background, there's speed lines. The creature is getting ready to attack. It swipes at Yuri, but it misses. Oh, this will not stand. Prepare to face my wrath. It's Natsuki's turn to act. Choose an action. Alright, we're gonna save. Because we got some combat here now. It's turning into a real RPG. Not just this point and click thing. It's generally impolite in society, what, to cast lightning bolts? I mean, fair. Okay, so yeah, options. We've got inventory. We can use the self-esteem. We can use the improvised compass. We can hit back, so not going to interact. We can guard. We can guard MC or Yuri. And we can attack. We can punch. We can kick, and we can bite. Natsuki utilizes Fang. Wow, Travis, you sure do know the optimized strats for this fight. I mean, I did see the code for it. I mean, I did express that I did the participate in the playtesting early on in this mod within a mod here, and the mod within a mod within a mod. But yeah. I did discover some optimized strats and so on, but ad break is imminent, so I think I'm just gonna take a break. I need to get a bite to eat anyway. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. See on the side, yeah, great image. Question marks holding your sign up free. Like the kind fellow he is, haha, yeah. Yeah, sorry about the wait. I was having I made some burgers yesterday, like some homemade burgers, and there was a leftover one. I was just eating that just now. I only had time to take a few bites out of it though. Like so I had to quickly reheat it first. It came out really good. It's got a collection of spices in it. It's got cheese on it that has like jalapenos in it. It's good stuff. It's got pepper sauce in it. It's just, I don't know. I like spicy food. It just came out particularly tasty. And I'm like, damn, I really want to eat that burger now. Anyway, moving right along. So yeah, I remember how excuse me, how this thing operates. You know how much it matters. I can use just self-esteem for the content, I suppose. It could be a good running gag, but during playtesting, I told Natsuki to use self-esteem over and over and over again, just to see if anything happened, and it didn't actually. I'm just going to use the bite attack. Disregarding caution, Natsuki tears into the monster with her powerful fangs, dealing 13 damage. It now has 312 hit points. Yeah, he's a tanky boy. The delicious taste of unknown blood. But in biting, Natsuki exposes herself to the creature, raking its claws across her. Natsuki takes 10 damage. She now has 90 hit points. It's the creature's turn to act. The monster swipes at Yuri with its claws. The monster connects, dealing 40 damage. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. You can't tolerate the squishy mage taking damage. Yuri now has 35 hit points remaining. The pain. No party member is guarding another any longer. It's MC's turn to act. Yeah, and I commented this on the play testing. It's a little odd that Natsuki has a turn, then the monster has a turn, then MC, then the monster, then Yuri, then the monster. And it's like can't the party members act at the same time? Why is the monster getting 3 moves for each of the party's moves? Oh well, anyway. MC has his inventory, mana potion, a healing potion, a haste potion, shuriken. Now from looking in the from my forays into the code, I know that I want to save the shuriken for later. I mean, I could throw the shuriken at him, but I gotta save it. Frankly, just thinking, probably want to save all of these for later, frankly. I think we're just gonna attack. Now he can punch, he can kick, or he can grapple. Let's just do a kick. MC critically fails and misses. Oh no, critically fails. As I recall from studying the code, the critical failure has only a 5% chance of happening, and worse, like it rolls a D100, and if it's what you get a 1 to 5, then it says critical failure. The monster catches them off balance and lands an attack of opportunity with its claws. Monster deals 8 damage. Yeah, real physical D100. Yeah, sure, of course. MC now has 142 hit points. He's pretty tanky too. It is the creature's turn to act. The monster swipes at MC with its claws. The monster connects, dealing 20 damage. MC now has 122 hit points remaining. The guy with the most hit points took less damage than the character with the least hit points. Oh well. No party members guarding another any longer. It's Yuri's turn to act. Yuri has her full complement of 50 mana. So in her inventory, she has a mana potion. She has the option of guarding Natsuki or MC. She can attack with a knife slash or a kick, but I'm going to use magic because, like, she kind of has to. I mean, she's the most has the most damaging attacks here. Counterspell, 2 magic points. I like this. This is a reference to Magic the Gathering because there is a spell called Counterspell, and it costs 2 mana, 2 blue mana. So like a little nod to that there. It sure is, yeah. So she can heal, she can cast Revive, Withering Blast for 20 mana points, or Dread Curse of Azathoth for 50 mana points. And I'm going to use the Dread Curse of Azathoth. yeah, Stubsnavakdrach. Yuri begins muttering a series of complex incantations while waving her hands. There's no immediate response from the monster, though it looks unsettled. Yuri will need to avoid being hit until her next turn to maintain her concentration and complete her curse. I think you're the only person to notice it. It's exactly a shout out to MTG Caddisville. Oh yeah? Okay. It is the creature's turn to act. The monster starts to back up, stamping its feet. It looks like it's preparing to charge. It seems to be aiming for Yuri. Well, that's not good. Oh dear. No party members guarding another any longer. It's Natsuki's turn to act. Okay, so Natsuki is definitely going to guard Yuri. Physical charge ideal, always guardable? Yeah. Yeah, and I looked at the code. If you guard someone and then they get hit, they take reduced damage from the attack. Than if it just hit the intended target directly. And not only that, but if someone is guarding someone else and the person who is being guarded gets attacked, they have a chance of getting an attack of opportunity on the attacker. So I thought that was neat. It's tempting to just tell everyone to guard constantly and just hope you can get attacks of opportunity, but I mathed it out and it's like, it's not really. I mean, it could work, but it's not likely to work. Anyway, Natsuki, guard Yuri. I'll protect you, babe. The warrior must protect the squishy mage. Cunning tactics, beloved. Indeed. Hee. Natsuki is now guarding Yuri. It is the creature's turn to act. The monster charges headlong at Yuri, bringing its hands forward simultaneously to smash her. But Natsuki braces herself and jumps in the way, baiting the monster away. She takes the hit for her and mitigates some of the damage. It deals 36 damage to Natsuki. Natsuki now has 54 hit points. Natsuki, are you alright? No time to chat. Take it down. Very well. No party member is guarding another any longer. It's MC's turn to act. Okay, and I think I'm gonna have MC guard Yuri as well. She needs to complete her curse, so that's what I'm gonna do. I could also, I could use the haste potion to immediately skip to Yuri's turn, skip over the monster's turn. It's an option, but I think I'm gonna try to see if I can save all my inventory items for later. So yeah, just guard Yuri. I'll keep it from getting you to you, Yuri. You focus on doing your mage thing. It is appreciated. MC is now guarding Yuri. It is the creature's turn to act. Before anyone can react or protect her, the monster suddenly casts a bolt of dark energy at Natsuki. Uh-oh. She's the only one. I mean, yeah, it's she's no longer guarding, so oh well. It deals 25 damage to her. Gah, F. Magic is bullshit. No offense. None taken. Natsuki's hit points is now 29. Should it be hit points are now 29? Oh well. Anyway, no party member is guarding another any longer. It's Yuri's turn to act. Yuri generates 5 mana and now has 5. The skies seem to turn from darkness into utter nothingness as Yuri mutters terrifying words in a forgotten tongue. As her curse finishes, a tendril of pure void descends and covers the creature. The creature is partially obliviated and takes 300 damage. What the F? Holy F, it's still alive though, watch out. The monster now has 12 hit points. It's the creature's turn to act. Before anyone can react or protect him, the monster suddenly casts a bolt of dark energy at MC. It deals 26 damage to him. Ow, what the hell? Get it before it can do that again. MC's hit points is now 96. I guess MC's HP is 96. Yeah, I feel weird. It feels weird saying is instead of are. Oh well. No party member is guarding another any longer. It's Natsuki's turn to act. I'm just gonna save it just because because there. I am curious. There's a bug that was used in that appeared during my playtesting. I don't know if it was fixed or not. I just okay. I'm gonna stall. I'm gonna use Natsuki's self-esteem. Wow, I never thought I'd be here in an actual RPG fight. This is pretty epic. Finally, I'm part of a party of adventuring heroes on an epic quest. It feels great to be here. And you know what? I deserve it. This had no material effect on the fight. Hey, it mattered to me. It is the creature's turn to act. The monster starts to back up, stamping its feet. It looks like it's preparing to charge. It seems to be aiming for Natsuki. This can't be good. No party members guarding another any longer. It's MC's turn to act. And I'm going to have MC guard Natsuki. Oh, what? I need protection from a man now? This is just tactical. It's not the time to do the fake misogyny bit. This is a life or death situation. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. MC is now guarding Natsuki. It is the creature's turn to act. The monster charges headlong at Natsuki, bringing its hands forward simultaneously to smash her. But MC braces himself and jumps in the way, baiting the monster away. He takes the hit for her and mitigates some of the damage. It deals 57 damage to MC. It still did 57 damage even though the damage was reduced? Oof. Anyway. MC now has 39 hit points. Heh. Thanks, MC. No problem. No party member is guarding another any longer. It's Yuri's turn to act. Yuri regenerates 5 mana and now has 10. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I guess, there was a line in the code where, when Yuri tries to cast the healing spell, which costs 10 mana, it checks if there's 0 mana, but doesn't actually check for less than 10. So, and I proved that it's possible to, it's possible to cast the healing spell, which is at 5 mana. You need to fix that one? Okay. That's the thing I was wondering about, but I kind of botched it because she's up to 10 now, so. Whatever. Let's use healing anyway. Heal MC or heal Natsuki? Battle music is good? Yeah, it's a good song. Good stuff. You can heal anyone for 35 hit points. Like, this thing just dealt... Hold on. It just dealt 57 damage, and that was with the damage reduced. Like, this is such a weak spell. Like, it only heals 35. Like, it uses up her turn and her mana, and she's the heavy hitter of the group. And like, she was the only one who was capable of doing like 300 damage to it. And she's using up her turn to heal 35 hit points when this thing can do 50 something. Like, it's like super inefficient and like poorly optimized. It feels to me, but oh well. Heal is bait, yeah. Third best battle music in this game, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna do it just for the extra dialogue and stuff. Have her heal Natsuki. Restitutio Fragilis. Natsuki is healed to 64 out of 100 Natsuki is healed to 64 out of 100 hit points. You're the best, babe. Anything for you, beloved. It is the creature's turn to act. Before anyone can react or protect him, the monster suddenly casts a bolt of dark energy at MC. It deals 29 damage to him. Ow, what the hell? Get it before I can do that again. MC's hit points is now 10. Yeah, Yuri's a dark mage specialist, don't know what to tell you. Yeah, fair enough. No party member is guarding another any longer. It's Natsuki's turn to act. Okay, so we did the bite attack before. Should we kick or punch? Let's punch it. Natsuki lashes out at the creature with a punch. Striking the monster with her fist, Natsuki deals 4 damage. Every little bit helps. The creature now has 8 hit points remaining. It is the creature's turn to act. Before anyone can react or protect him, the monster suddenly casts a bolt of dark energy at MC. It deals 25 damage to him. Oh, he's done now. Dark bolts of energy. My one weakness. It's a good line. MC has been incapacitated. No party member is guarding another any longer. MC is incapacitated and cannot act. It is the creature's turn to act. And this is where this setup is bullshit, because, like, the monster gets triple moves on the party, and when he's incapacitated, it just skips over his turn. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's it just means it gets extra moves without say our team being able to do anything. Natsuki did the bite of 87. The bite of 87. I don't know what that means. That's a reference I'm not getting. Friends can spiral down if you lose a party member. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, the monster starts to back up, stamping its feet. It looks like it's preparing to charge. It seems to be aiming for Yuri. Oh dear. No party member is guarding another any longer. It's Yuri's turn to act. Yuri regenerates 5 mana and now has 5. So, okay, I'm gonna save it first. I am curious. Like, so if she tries to heal now, Yuri can heal anyone for 35 hit points up to their maximum. Who should she heal? Herself or Natsuki? So if she heals herself, I do not have enough mana. Okay. Yep. Okay, it's fixed. Just curious. Yeah, so she only has 5 mana. She can. I can have her guard just to see if. Yeah, it's preparing to charge. So it's doing a physical attack. So she can't use her counter spell ability, unfortunately. Just once I'd like to. During my playtesting, I never had the specific confluence of events that allow me to have Yuri use the counter spell to dispel his magic attack. Because of the weird party order setup where it goes Natsuki monster, MC monster, Yuri monster, like it has to be like the exact right setup for him to have his magic attack right before Yuri's turn. And yeah, because his attacks are randomized, obviously. Sometimes he swipes with his claws, sometimes he charges up physical attack, sometimes he does the dark bolt of energy attack. What was that line? Dark bolts of energy, my one weakness. That's a good line. Anyway, I think I'm gonna have Yuri do a physical attack here. Should she do a knife slash or a kick? Hold on, what was... So it's doing, it's preparing to charge, it's aiming for Yuri. Yeah, so Yuri's about to get hit. I can have her do a guard move and then hope for an attack of opportunity just for fun. But in the interest of moving things forward, probably better to do one of these. It has 8 hit points. What's going to do more damage, a knife slash or a kick? Let's do a knife slash. Yuri slashes with a knife. Yuri scores a deep hit with a knife, dealing 10 damage. That's it. That's enough to finish it off. For my beloved. Wow. The monster sinks to the ground, defeated. Hell yeah. Okay, I'll save again. Take that, you, or whatever the heck you are. Well thought, comrades. Yeah, great job, everyone. Nice teamwork. MC's just revived. Knife is kind of Yuri's MO. Exactly. Natsuki continues to get in the monster's face. Boom, bitch. Where's all your die and your beware now, huh? I'm sorry. What? I'm really sorry. I had to do it. I didn't really want to scare you and attack you like that. It was just a job, and I really needed the money. I'm sorry. What? It was a job posting to guard the truffle cave. It paid pretty well. And my wife is still so sick. She can't really work, and her youngest, Alexandra, she needs medicine herself, and I was just trying to provide for them. I'm so sorry. The monster starts sobbing. Oh, he's a kindly creature. Do you have a name, good sir? Yes, I'm Terrence. What? Oh, come on, Natsuki. He seems nice enough. So, like, there are job postings for guarding caves? I wouldn't have expected that. Oh, yes. I mean, you need to know where to look. Monster job postings, of course. Ha ha ha. Very funny. Referring to the website Monster, which is a job search site. Anyway. Of course. Stop treating this like it makes sense. Oh, Natsuki, have some sympathy. It is a literal monster. Terrence approaches the party and speaks to Natsuki. I'm awful sorry for attacking you and your friends, ma'am. I just did what I had to do. Can you forgive me? Why should I trust you, dude? You just attacked us. Suppose I did believe you that it was just a gig. Why wouldn't it also be part of the gig to try to befriend us and then backstab us if you failed to defeat us the first time? Well, it's actually really simple. Terrence produces a small sheaf of papers. It's all here in this contract I signed. I get paid as long as I have one full combat with a party or parties trying to enter the Truffle Cave. After that, my contractual obligations end. There's also not even a non-compete clause or anything, so as long as I fight you once, there's nothing stopping me from turning around and helping you. I don't have to help you if you don't want, but it would mean a lot to me if I could. Even though I had to take this job, I didn't really want to hurt anyone, so it would help me feel better if you let me make it up to you. You could have had those ready to trick us into letting you join. Oh, beloved, please let him join us. He's such a gentle soul. Don't you agree, MC? Yeah, he seems okay to me. No harm, no foul. I vote let him come with us. Natsuki's outnumbered now. Terrence looks at Natsuki with soulful, pleading eyes. Fine. Hurrah! Oh, thank you, ma'am. I promise you won't regret it. Yeah. First things first. Can you make yourself useful and tell us what's in that cave? Besides, truffles, of course. Well, the good news is that there's definitely truffles. Bad news is that the truffles are guarded. Of course. By what? Something else like you? No, nothing like me. One of the things guarding it is an avatar of the most powerful being in creation. Okay. But it's the other garden you really have to watch out for. Sudden music stop is ominous. Other guardian? How many guardians are there? Anyway. We all live in fear of it. You never go into the cave without respecting its power. How could it be worse than some divine avatar or whatever? What is it? I speak ominous for ominous thing, yeah. Hey, so your rabbit's here. Welcome to the stream. What in the goddamn... I mean, this is the mod within a mod within a mod. It's club meetings, and I don't know how much of club meetings you've seen. Like, periodically, they do a thing where members of the club make mods, and this is an episode of Baking with Natsuki, part of the continuing series. It's the third part of that series, and Natsuki wanted to make some creme brulee with black truffles, and she didn't have any black truffles, so she went on a quest to find them into the woods, along with MC, and then Yuri joined later. And they encountered this monster guarding a truffle cave. So, and then it resulted in combat. So, yeah, we had a bit of a genre change, going from a baking show into this RPG thing. Mod Inception, huh? Yeah, so it seems. What sponsor was Cyrie's doing? She is conspicuously absent from this group so far. Anyway, I speak of the Trip Machine. A Trip Machine? Yes, the Trip Machine. Capital T, capital M. All who enter the cave, beware it. Okay, but what does it actually do? It makes you trip. So, like, you trip and hurt yourself? Or question mark? Oh, well, not necessarily. I mean, you do trip. That part definitely happens. And that could hurt you if you fall. But most people just stumble a little bit. That's because she do something like that? The Trip Machine, yes. I mean, yeah. I could see, like, Sairi fitting into that role. It could be a funny reveal that, like, as Tara just takes off the basket, it's like it was Sairi in disguise the whole time. Or something. Anyway. Most people just stumble a little bit. So the deal is, if you go into that cave, there's some horrifying final boss with godlike power in there somewhere, and also a machine that will make everyone who goes in there stumble a little bit. Not everyone. Only some people trip. Okay. Oh, hey. Three stream walk street. Very cool. Anyway. Yeah, we're just getting high. Yeah. I mean, that's... going on a trip, yes. Could be. Anyway, moving on. Okay. So, some terrible demigod and machine that might make you trip. Yes. A little bit. Yes. So, like, how does that machine even work? It is a subtle device. It is anchored within the very earth and rock. So, like, it causes earthquakes or something? No. You'll see when we get it there, though. But there are truffles, right? Well, of course. It's the truffle cave, after all. Well, then, shall we go in? I mean, I guess. I do really need the truffles. I never back down from a quest. Terrence has joined the party. It's written in traditional internal monologue this time. Doesn't even have Monica's narration like before. Anyway. Oh, I love parties, especially with new friends. No, it's like an adventuring party. Oh, I like those too. I've actually always wanted to be in an adventuring party. Being a monster, it's just, I always tend to end up fighting against the adventuring parties, usually on my own. Yuri looks distressed and sympathetic. That's just how this business works, I guess. But I'd always envy adventuring parties. They'd always have so much togetherness, that sense of camaraderie. I always wanted a little bit of that for myself, and now I have it. Thank you guys so much for taking me in. Yeah, no problem, man. Glad to have you with us. Oh, that means so much to hear from you, given how mean I was to you guys. I'm very grateful. Let's go in and get you those truffles. Footstep sounds. Imagine a Monkey Island inspired DLC mod. Could be cool. I have yet to play. I would like to play the Monkey Island games at some point. Theoretically, I should have played it when I was recovering with my wrist injury and stuff, because that's another game that could be played with one hand. Secret of Monkey Island. I know it's a classic adventure game. Like of the point and click variety from the 90s. Yeah, somehow I never got around to playing. I played lots of other similar games like that, like particularly the Sierra ones, like the Quest games, like Space Quest. Those are all fun. This is basically heavily inspired by Monkey Island. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, moving on. The party trudges single file into the ominous darkness of the cave, with Natsuki leading the way. Yeah, see, now Monica's back to narrating. Man, it's creepy in here. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be spooky to scare people off. Part of the whole defense system, including hiring monsters to guard the exterior. Yeah, about that. Who actually hired you? Oh, that I can't say. Professional ethics, you know. But wasn't anyone I know, anyway. Makes sense. Now, as we come up to the fork in the road here, be careful. Is it old and I'm in my 20s? Yeah. Anyway, and watch your step. This is where the trip. Oh, F. Natsuki suddenly stumbles. She falls hard to the ground. Ow. As Natsuki falls, her improvised compass smashes against the ground, its pieces scattering irretrievably in the darkness. No. Yeah, I didn't get this particular line of dialogue in my in my playtesting. I immediately used the compass on Terrence, and she threw it at him, and it did 1 point of damage, and then it smashed it, scattering irretrievably, etc. So I wanted to do it differently this time. Oh well, you lose the compass either way, it seems. Anyway. God damn it. I hate it when my inventory gets lost for no good reason except narrative convenience. Huh? Just don't worry about it. So that was a trip machine, huh? Looks like it. Kind of felt like something actually physically tripped me rather than induced weird trip oscillations or whatever in me. Oh yeah, it's right here. You can see the trip machine. Trip machine exists solely to wreck the compass to avoid combinatorial explosion in the caves? I see. That's one way to do it. See the Monkey Island elements? Yeah. Natsuki turns around and looks behind her. There's a metal tripwire suspended at ankle level. Yeah, we're back to internal monologue instead of Monica's narration. Oh well. This is just a wire. Yes, a wire that trips you. The trip machine. But you said it was anchored in the very earth and rock or something. Yeah, right there. The wire does appear to be anchored in the surrounding rock, beloved. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Can't believe I'm having this conversation. Now, which way do we go? Choose an option. Oh hey, we've got some options again. Anyway, okay, saving it just because. Trip machine was just a piece of wire? I mean, yep. Of course it was. Alright, so our move options. Whoa, hang on there. We're back to this again. Back to what? You know. Man, how to describe this? A quasi-interactive or gamified fugue state of sorts, where your thoughts may be your own, but your actions not wholly your own. Where your will is joint stock between you and a barely sensed other whose impractical and experimentalist whims must be checked by your verbose reprimands. And the world entire is but a puzzle, its relevant pieces highlighted to you as interactable, while all else is as the backdrop on a stage. Yeah, back to that. Well, don't really know about quasi-interactive fugue states. Not enough to debate about them? Not at all. But I can tell that you're on some kind of adventure. A quest, even. MC, stop egging him on with references. Yeah, this line here. Not enough to debate about them. That appears to be lifted from DDLC Abridged, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't MC have some lines like that in that mod where it's like, I don't know enough about XYZ to debate that. And it becomes a running gag in that mod. Maybe I should play that mod. I don't know. Club Meetings Abridged. Oh, is it Club Meetings Abridged? Okay. mean, it's possible that Club Meetings Abridged lifted that gag from DDLC Abridged. But yeah, no, I was commenting on it in the server the other day. The author of DDLC Abridged, Kronos, was very annoyed that that the mod won Mod of the Year award that year, because it was a throwaway joke shitpost of a mod that Kronos was working on the way to the project that she actually wanted to be working on. Possibly? Okay. Do you see a bridge? Have you died laughing? Yeah, it's a very well put together mod. Like, a surprising amount of work went into it. It's got some wild coding effects and yeah, a lot of very silly humor. Very name makes it sound like an elaborate contraption only for it to be clear mumbo jumbo. Yeah. S tier ship posing? Yes, that is true. That is correct. Love a bridge, it was alright. Yeah. And it's the kind of thing, like, I wouldn't mind playing it on the channel, except that I feel sort of bad playing it, because Kronos, she really had her heart set on making, the mod that she was working on was Doki Doki Rewind Replay. She released a demo for it. It was a very promising demo, but then kind of like real life got in the way, and she just wasn't able to work on as much as she wanted. And it had a very wide scope. She had this elaborate spreadsheet called the Spreadsheet of Doom, where she had it all laid out, choices which lead to this, and these choices lead to this, and they're like crisscrossing interactive things. Like, she had a very elaborate plot planned out for it. Like, she probably bit off more than she could chew, truth be told. But yeah, like, for various reasons, yeah, she had other stuff going on in her life that she wasn't able to work on it. And then the whole thing with you know, the former owner of the DDMC Discord, Carl, like that whole incident happened when it was like revealed that he was, you know, doing inappropriate things with minors in the community, and I think that took the wind out of Kronos' sails. And then later on, there was I think the final straw for Kronos was there was a conversation about AI art being used in. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say art. It's AI generated images, or machine learning generated images being used in DDLC mods, and that was kind of the final straw for Kronos, just saying, like, forget it, I don't want any part of this, and she just canceled the project altogether. So yeah, I think it was a very disappointing thing for her. Like, she really wanted to complete that mod, but she's like basically all she reached a point where she's like, all traces of motivation to keep working on it evaporated. And she put the resources for the mod up for others to use. I benefited from that. I used Monica's theme song from Turquoise was lifted from Doki Doki Rewind Replay, for instance. Would you mind if anything the mod shows how talented guys? Yeah. Swear off AI is replaced for human hands. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like, it's. Yeah, don't get me started about that. I've already gone on Reds before. Yeah, but basically, you're probably right. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. I mean, she wouldn't even know about it, frankly, if I just played her mod. I don't know. I still feel funny about it. I might play it anyway. I don't know. See how I feel. If I need something else to stream at some point, I need a DDLC fix or something. Maybe I'll play DDLC Abridged. Lover mod wasn't finished. Her assets benefit the community. Yeah. Oh yeah. The MPT came out of that. It was Kronos' idea to build the MPT in the first place. she got help from Terra and Yagamire. Their names are very prominently featured in the credits. Yeah, so like even if she didn't finish her mod, she did considerably give to the community. So there you go. Anyway, all that came out of don't really know about quasi-distraction. Not enough to debate them. Anyway, moving right along. MC, stop egging him on with references. Fine. I guess I have to go back to doing that thing, Yuri said. But hey, before we do that, or I do that, I guess, which way should I go? Oh, well, the troubles are down the left path. Okay, left path looking good then. But that's also the path where the horrifying entity beyond anybody's comprehension is. Sure, less good now. The right path does not have any troubles, but there's a crate at the end of it that contains legendary and maybe even magical weapons. So the right path sounds like the place to start then. Probably smart. Just be warned, sometimes that crate only gives pieces of weapons. Of course it would. Whatever. Everybody ready to go tramping around a cave inhabited by some kind of dark god or whatever? Yeah, of course. Let's go. Choose an option. So I do believe if I try to move down the left fork right now, it doesn't let me, right? Terrence said we shouldn't go that way until we were prepared, basically. There's apparently some kind of dark god or whatever that way. Not that dark gods bother me or anything, mind you. Just a regular day at the office for me, dark gods. But since apparently some kind of epic equipment is available, don't think I'm ready right now. So, nah, not going left yet. In the famous words of John Halo, I need a weapon. Yeah, I'm guessing that's referring to the protagonist from the Halo franchise. I am not familiar with those games. MPT was her idea. She's really revolutionized the modding scene. Indeed. Oh yeah. MPT has a lot of benefits. I've gotten used to using it, and it makes modding a lot easier. I mean, it makes because like the most tedious. Okay, modding is generally easy. Like just write dialogue, put it in there, pick a pose and expression for the character. But man, oh man, picking poses and expressions for every line can get pretty tedious. So the MPT takes a lot of that tedium out of it, while also giving a larger variety of expressions available. Plus a new outfit for Monica. Been looking into trying that for Fallen for You, but I'm still to figure out which engine version I should make my mod in. Okay. Personally, I use what version? I've been using Ren'Py version 7.4.5. I don't know. I don't know what the difference between the different versions are. 7.4.5 is not the latest version. I did at one point try downloading the latest version, and I found it crashed some things. So I don't know. Like MPT might not be compatible with all versions. I don't know. I think if you go to the Ren'Py site, you can download whatever version you want. Like it's gone through a lot of changes over the years. Yeah, like DVLC was made in version 6.99.12.4, I think, if memory serves. Yeah, Ren'Py needs version 7 something. The MPT requires version 7 something to operate. So there's a learning curve in implementing it. But it does give you a lot of new features. Heads up way back now. Welcome back. Club Meetings is made in 7.3.5. Okay. Version 7 is to go? Yeah. Love community tools, break new versions. Yes, exactly. Does Ren'Py have a language server yet? A language server? There is a Discord server dedicated to Ren'Py and Ren'Py projects. So yes, I'm in that. I'm in that server myself. The Ren'Py Tom, the guy who made Ren'Py in the first place is in that server. So yeah, there is indeed a server dedicated to Ren'Py. They aren't big on making mods. Like, I mean, it's actually in the rules for their server, they don't support mods. So if you tell them you're working on a DDLC mod, they might be reluctant to help you. But if you're asking general questions about Ren'Py, they're happy to help. They just generally favor people working on original projects. That is their preference. Like even though DDLC, Dan Salvato has been big on saying he supports mod makers' right to like he supports they're not the right, but he supports the creativity of the DDLC community, and he says that people are free to make mods as long as they follow the IPG and so on. Yeah, generally, if you ask for help with Ren'Py in the Ren'Py server, maybe don't mention that you're making a DDLC mod. Even though it's okay, that they prefer to stick to more generalized stuff. Anyway, any differences between the different version 7s? I have no idea, to be honest. I mean, if you go on the Ren'Py site, I'm sure it says what the differences are. Like it'll say like updated this or added this or whatnot. Like I do remember seeing at one point some Ren'Py version announcement where it was like it added things like animated text, for instance, and you could have text be animated in the text box for for other neat effects, stuff like that. Add some other functionalities. I couldn't tell you what version is associated with what advances. Yeah, you just have to look at the site and see what they say about mostly not super notable. In other words, to go with either 7.3.5 or anything else in 7. I mean, sure, I guess. Try it out, see what works. Like Crazy Kelly said, they use 7.3.5. I use 7.4.5. Either one of those seem to work fine. I mean, you can look into the other versions and see if they have features that you like. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. Like, if a particular version turns out doesn't work, just uninstall it and put the other version on. Like, it's free. It's free software. You can put whatever version you want in there. Anyway, language server is a program which is used to provide auto-completion information usually. Okay, not a Discord server. Okay, so sorry, I misunderstood your question then. Yeah, I don't know about that then. Provide auto-completion information? Yeah, I have no idea. If one of the community didn't have bad apples, I mean, it's made up of the general public, so what can you do? Except I'm not going to make any mistakes this time. Sure. Anyway, where did I leave off here? Yeah, so I can move to the right fork, but I'm not going to do that yet. Let's take a look around here. Let's look at the fork in the tunnel. A maze of twisty little passages, all alike. There's not really much to tell between the two passages. Terrence says the left one is a terrible boss fight. I can definitely sense an ominous aura down that way. Presence I've not felt since ... That's a Star Wars reference. Okay, that's enough nerd references for one dialogue. Yeah, that's from A New Hope, I believe. Darth Vader has a line where he's like, I sense something, a presence I've not felt since. Then he trails off and walks away, and presumably is referring to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anyway. A maze of twisty little passages all alike. Wait, is that also a reference? Oh, okay. Oh, were there other references in this dialogue that I that I overlooked? Oh, it's a Zork reference. Okay, I haven't played Zork. I know that Zork is the one. That's the classic game where it's dark in here. You might get eaten by a Gru. Maybe I should pick up Zork. I actually Zork is one of the I recently downloaded a database of very old games, and Zork was included in there. I wouldn't mind picking that up, trying it out. It's one of those classic games that I never got into. So that was the only other one. Okay. Please, yeah. Instantly, there's an ad break coming up in 3 minutes and 33 seconds. I'll pause when those come on. But Zork, yeah, classic adventure game. But I believe it's like a text-based adventure kind of deal. Yeah. Funny random aside. One of the games in that old collection of old games, and we're talking about old games like from the 80s, like that use DOS and ASCII art kind of deal, like the era of the original Rogue that inspired the roguelike genre in the first place. There's a game I was playing called Sleuth, and like it was something I played when I was a little kid, and I was replaying it the other day, and it's a game where you're a detective trying to solve a murder in a mysterious house with a whole bunch of people present at some party or whatever, and you have to solve the murder before the. If you take, there's a time limit. If you take too long, the murderer kills you. And it gives you the option to choose the names of the guests. So I just entered the names of all the DDLC characters, plus plus a few from club meetings. I had I think I had Ria and Kenzo in there as well. There were some amusing results because there's some like random selection in what dialogue the characters have, and I screenshotted some of the amusing. Here we go. I screenshotted some of the amusing dialogue. I just hold on. I can just pull it up here. Hopefully this doesn't crash the stream. Why is my hard drive spinning up here? Come on, I'm just opening an image file. This should not take us this much effort. Like this one here says, Monica shrugs nonchalantly and says, I spent the entire evening with Kenzo in the sewing room. We were working on some ... private matters the whole time. Frankly, I have no idea what the other guests were doing when Sayuri was murdered. it's just there's some fascinating combinations of Monica Yukard, yeah. I screenshotted a bunch of them. There's some funny stuff there. Anyway, I'm not going to get too bogged down in that. Maybe I'll read some more of that later. Anyway, ad break is coming up real soon, and it's a little early, but I'm gonna take the break now because I want to eat that burger. It's sitting there tempting me. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. It's a very tasty burger, or as Code pointed out the other day, he gave the correct pronunciation, Borger. Welcome back. Thank you. Mia cannot be trusted. She is likely to kill again. Yeah, funny. Funnily enough, the quote that I read earlier, that I believe that particular attempt at the game, it did turn out that Monica was the murderer. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. Probably ate too quickly. I was trying to cram it all in during the break. Yeah, you have to, in the game you have to figure out who the murderer is based on who has the discrepant stories. Like Monica says she spent the evening with Kenzo, but then you find Kenzo and he turns out he said he was in another room, and it's like, aha, one of them is lying, and you have to figure out which one's lying, because turns out, oh, somebody else said they were in that room actually. So yeah. And yeah, it's a game of deduction. It's a fun little game. Anyway, where was I? So we just finished looking at the fork in the tunnel, right? So now let's look at the rocky walls. Real bones of the earth shed here. It's rock, but it's really weirdly solid rock. Not sure if that makes sense. Hey, Terrence, this cave is like safe, right? Safe? Like it's not going to collapse on us any second or anything? It's stable? Oh, I have no idea. It was never my job to go into the cave, just guard the entrance. So yeah, maybe it'll collapse any second. We should probably not linger too long. Was that last line supposed to be said out loud, or? Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so we've looked at the things. Let's talk to people. We can talk to MC. MC, my man. You've been with me since the beginning of this adventure. I sure have. I was here too. You hush, you weren't an official party member until you joined us for that last fight. Yeah, but she did make up for it with a pretty epic entrance. Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, now we can talk to Monica. Well, Monica, this has been kind of different from a normal episode of Baking with Natsuki. I appreciate you rolling with the punches. Monica? Oh, what? Sorry, I was distracted. I was just saying, thanks for rolling with the kind of weird episode of Baking with Natsuki. Oh, of course, it's my job as a narrator. What could be distracting you anyway, given that you're the narrator? I just have a lot to manage these days. Makes sense. Considering where and when this takes place in the club meetings narrative, I mean, she does have a lot to manage, so. Yeah, hopefully she's taking it easy. Anyway, who else can we talk to? We can talk to Yuri. What do you make of all this, babe? It seems straightforward. Monica lighting ominous blue torches 2 rooms away? I mean, sure. Ominous blue torches? How was Sayuri's burger? It was tasty. It was good stuff. I mixed some other stuff in with the beef. There's some thyme and some cumin and some curry powder and pepper sauce and cheese that had jalapeno in it. Did I mention there's onion in there? It was good stuff. There was it all came together to come out pretty tasty. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, it seems straightforward. Arm yourself with whatever is to hand in the cave system, then go and confront the guardian of the truffles. True gaming. Indeed. She just said indeed. Anyway, and talk to Terrence. So, Terrence, my man, tell me about your family. If you're okay with it, that is. Oh, of course. Well, I met my wife, Elizabeth, about 14 years ago. It's been a while. It was actually during a sailing class. Sorry if this is an insensitive question, but is she also, a monster? That's not insensitive at all. Don't worry about it. And technically, yes, she is, though she appears human. Oh, it's one of those. Very anime. She appears human, but really she has acid blood and horns that she tends to hide. But we have to be really careful if she gets a cut. Now that. So, monsters can sail? Well, some can, some can't. My hands are pretty much regular hands, so I can do it. It's my feet that are clawed. Is that so? I suppose so. Cool. So, you met your wife there? Yeah, it was a sailing class for monsters. We kind of both had to fit into this tiny little 1 or 2 person sailboat, and we were talking to ease the awkwardness, and we really hit it off. She's very beautiful, too. Yeah. Yes, I love her very much. Alexandria was born 7 years ago. She's growing up very fast. Yeah, it's true. They grow up. Those kids grow up fast. I mean, I've observed my 2 nieces. I can't believe they're aged like 9 and 11 years old already. It's wild. Close to a decade. Anyway. And really, I couldn't be happier. Other than with the whole money situation, I guess. Yeah, I hear that. Though at least I don't have chronic illness to deal with. Yes, we're still not even sure what's wrong with Elizabeth. Something to do with her acid blood, actually. Doctors are hoping they can turn it around, but she has to spend so much time in bed these days. Aw. Little Alex, that's what we call her daughter usually, Alex. She gets so worried about her mom. And I think I mentioned Alex has a slight digestive or, I guess, nutritional problem herself, so she needs special medications for that. Has a human living a serious fright? We shall see, I suppose. Or not. Maybe. I don't know. First of all, I probably shouldn't spoil anything. Anyway. Growth is terrified with nieces and nephews? Yeah. Makes you feel old? I mean, lots of things make you feel old. You know? Like, the world in general makes you feel old. Like, it's revisiting my old neighborhood where I grew up and seeing that like all the stores I remember have been like replaced, like closed down, bought out, and changed into other things. Like, you know, buildings torn down and replaced even, you know, or you know, hearing modern pop music and like not recognizing any of the names of artists or groups, or recognizing the songs. That stuff like that makes you feel. Spending time in the DDLC modding community and realizing that it's mostly teenagers there, that makes me feel old. Just in history and war make you feel old? Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, anyway. Alex has a slight digestive or I guess nutritional problem herself, so she needs special medications for that. And while mostly the doctors are paid for, monster medications are usually not covered very well, and they're not cheap. That sounds rough. My family was poor growing up too. I wasn't sick very often, but I could tell that anytime the economic balance was threatened, that would be stressing to the max. He'd always try to hide it so he wouldn't freak out, but I could still tell something was wrong. He sounds like a good dad. Well, he has his moments. I guess being a dad is hard though, huh? Very hard, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. You're a good dude, Terrence. I try my very best. Aw. And the mod just does its best to make Terrence as lovable as possible, huh? Anyway, so we've talked to everyone. We've looked at everything. You found hobby of collecting wartime firearms. I feel like General Grievous collecting lightsabers. Do you ever wield 4 of them at once? I mean, I suppose that's harder when you only have 2 hands. Gonna do you to the guy we have to fight. Well, sure. Anyway, use/take. Let's take the fork in the tunnel. Yeah, that's what we call a move command, Chief. You want me to walk down one of those forks, go back and select move? I know there's a lot of syntactic ambiguity there. Surely using a path is the same as moving along it, right? Wrong. You move down it. Wait, sorry, I forgot. I was going to do the... I was going to use regular voice for the internal monologue. Oh, well. Yeah. Some more specific action, so it has syntactic precedence. Wait, what kind of nerd shit am I saying? Just use the move command. And I think if I try... use/take the move command. Oh, ha ha, very funny. You're so effing clever. But you know what? Fine. At least you're thinking outside the box. Here, use the stupid move command. I'm going to go back, actually. If I try to use for that again? Okay, that's just the same dialogue. Okay. Anyway, use... Oh, hey, it's back again. If I say left fork? Oh, hey. Wait, new dialogue? Oh, it's because it's the same text, but it's a different section of the code, I suppose. Yeah. They did the offscreen.god, etc. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and use/take rocky walls. You think maybe if we try to dig into these walls, we could find some secret truffles? Like, you know, ones that aren't guarded by some kind of Ultra boss? The walls seem pretty solid, Natsuki, and we would not want to cause a cave-in. Stupid common sense practicality. Okay. Yeah, so we use take everything. Inventory items, self-esteem, MC, Yuri, and Terrence. I think this is going to be the same. Yeah, mad self-esteem. Yeah. So look at MC, and that's going to be the same. Okay, just checking. But Yuri was previously not in the inventory, so now this should be new dialogue. Yuri. It's my girlfriend, Yuri. She's so hot, you guys. I mean, I guess you already knew, but still. You can't tell from out there just how hot she is. She's really hot. God, I just want to cover my face in her hair and live there forever. She smells so amazing. God, I'm gay. But yeah, it's Yuri. She's apparently become some sort of powerful mage or something. Kind of rude of her never to tell me before, honestly, but whatever. At least it comes in handy. She's pretty OP, to be honest. Did you see her magic during the Terrence fight? Ridiculous. They might nerf her in the next patch. Her magical attacks, I mean. Wouldn't want them to nerf anything else. I imagine she's really hot. She's really nice, too. She's, like, so smart. Getting to know her is like diving into the ocean, man. You could lose yourself in there. I think I have been losing myself in there. To be honest. I love it, though. Yeah, back to the adventure. Rather long, rambly tangent from Natsuki's internal monologue there. Cover my face in her hair and live in there forever? That's interesting. That's some people's fetish, though, apparently. I mean, I remember, there's a couple level dialogue there, yeah. Well, it started from baking, yeah. There was, a while back, like, when I started, like, like, sort of found out about the DDLC community and modding and so on, I did make a silly image of, you know, Monica doing her special pose, you know, the so-called hip whip thing where her ponytail flies up behind her, and I had an image of that with Natsuki behind her, with positioned at a level so that it looks like the ponytail's hitting her in the mouth, and I put the caption with Natsuki speaking, manga as and there were, I posted in r/DDLC, it got an appreciable number of upvotes, and there was an uncomfortable number of people in the comments saying that they wish they could have Monica's hair in their mouth. Apparently it's I don't know, weirdly common fetish or something? I don't know. It wouldn't have occurred to me that it's a thing. But, I don't know. Natsuki making the comment about living in Yuri's hair reminded me of that. Pretty sure my MC has a hair smelling thing. Anyway. Okay, so are we talking? So inventory. Look at Terrence. He's some kind of orange monster guy. Honestly, it looks like a cartoon for children. But man, he was no slouch in the arena. He hits harder than you might expect. But you know, in the end, I guess he turned out to be a nice enough dude. Just another person trying to get by in a harsh and unforgiving world. It's just he's orange and he has claws on his feet and whatnot. Who among us is not also weird and monstrous in some way, I ask you? Among us. Okay, so tried to use take everything, use inventory with environment, use self-esteem on the fork in the tunnel. Which of these dark mysterious cave paths will be better for my self-esteem? I think both of them. That way I can be all hell yeah, give me a fork in the road and I'll conquer both forks. Natsuki, queen of looking down both paths inside a cave. I might need to shorten that title a little. Okay. Use self-esteem on rocky walls. These walls are hard, strong, and hold up the entire earth above them. Nevertheless, you, Natsuki, could shatter them with one blow. Boom! You thought I was going to compare myself to the walls, but instead I'm even stronger than them. You have no idea where I'm coming from next. I'm on another level. Alright then. Okay, so use MC on Fork in the Tunnel. MC, which way should we go? I mean, right? Probably, since that's where the epic weapons are, yeah? Very common sense, MC. Thank you. Okay, and use MC on the rocky walls. I mean, I know he's dense, but I don't think he's bashed through a rock wall dense. He'd need to miss years worth of more hints from Sairi to get that dense. Heh. And use Yuri on Fork in the Tunnel. How do you feel about caves, babe? I think they are somewhat interesting. Really? I expect you to be, like, all enraptured with their mysteries. I suppose they do have considerable appeal, but they are dark and cramped and often devoid of life. Their wonders are so secretive that it takes some doing to find them out. Makes sense. Devoid of life, really? I don't know about that. I would think that caves would be a place where lots of life forms would want to gather. They want to get out of whatever. Anyway, use Yuri on rocky walls. So, babe, can you like analyze this rock wall, like geologically? Alas, no. I fear that geology has not been an especial field of study for me. Huh? What is it? I'm so used to you knowing everything that when you don't know something, it's really surprising. I'm flattered, I'm sure, but I do not come close to knowing everything, beloved. Be a lot cooler if you did. I'm working on it. Cute. Alright, and inventory with environment. What if we use Terrence on the fork in the tunnel? So, any other traps we need to look out for in there, Terrence? Other than that tripwire, which I still cannot believe was just a tripwire. No, that was it. Other than the terrible garden at the end of the left path, of course. That doesn't sound so much like a trap as it does a final boss. Exactly. Yep, final boss. Use Terrence on the rocky walls. Any secret passages I should know about Terrence? I see the obvious fork in the road, but, like, are any of these walls fake walls? I don't think so. Can't say for sure. I wouldn't even have considered that they could be fake walls. You're pretty clever. Finally, someone who recognizes it. Okay, so use the inventory environment, look at the inventory items. So now it's time to use inventory with other inventory. Use self-esteem. It's probably using it on MC is, yeah, it's the same thing. It's just... Okay. Self-esteem on Yuri. Yeah, yeah, because Yuri and Terrence previously weren't here, so yeah, should have new dialogue. Even with all the self-esteem I have, I still don't feel worthy of her. She's beautiful and brilliant and kind. I'm not really any of those things, definitely not compared to her. But still, she chose me. So maybe I can keep working at being worthy of her. Aw. And, this is, Natsuki's the one who made this mod. Like, she's the one that's writing all this dialogue and writing all this internal monologue for herself. So it gives the impression that these are her true thoughts. Anyway. So self-esteem on Terrence then. I shouldn't beat myself up about being mean to Terrence at first. I mean, he did attack us. I didn't know his whole story yet. Didn't even have any opportunity to. I came around as soon as I knew he wasn't really a threat to us. Plus, he doesn't seem to mind. Okay. So we've used self-esteem and everything. MC... I think MC and self-esteem is just going to be... Okay, it's the same thing. Oops. Oops, wrong button. Shoot, go back. Use MC on Yuri. MC, Yuri, would you guys ever date? What? Where did that come from? It's not his question. No jealousy or anything, just curious. Like, if not me and not Sairi, would you guys ever date? I think not. Oh, rejected, MC. I never did anything to reject. It is nothing against MC. He is a wonderful man who appeals to many women, but not to my demisexual self. Well, that makes my answer a lot easier. Wow, but if Yuri didn't just reject you, you'd consider it? I mean, sure, if no you and no Sairi and Yuri was potentially interested, sure, I'd consider it. You're not stupid, Natsuki. You picked well. Yuri's intelligent, kind, and attractive. Don't see what else you could ask for in a partner, but the question does not arise because I have Sairi, you have her, and she's not into me that way, so we're friends. Diplomatically handled. Honestly, I have no idea why you asked the question in the first place. I am compelled to come up with the best idea I can when my will is overridden to use MC with Yuri somehow, and that's the best I could do. Ah, yes. That makes sense. It does? Indeed. Wait, do you also have some unseen voice commanding your will? She used the word indeed again. No, I understand that's strictly a main character thing. And as you so often point out, you are the main character. Now that's irony, says MC, whose name stands for main character. Anyway. Great. Anyway. So, used MC with Yuri, used MC on Terrence. MC, what do you think of Terrence? He seems nice enough. Just a guy trying to get by in the world however he can. Can't fault him for that even if he did attack us. Yeah, guy's just trying to make a living. Hope his wife and kid will be okay. Me too. Okay, so I used MC on everyone. What if I use Yuri? I think I expect it's going to be the same message. Yeah. I mean, I'll double check, I guess. It is a bit of a nuisance that even though it's the same dialogue, I can't just hit the skip button. But this did have the precedence earlier that using them the other way had provided different dialogue that one time. So anyway, use Yuri on Terrence. You know, babe, I've got to say, you were right, and I was wrong about Terrence. He's pretty cool, I think. I agree, but I must confess I am shocked to hear you admit anything of the sort. Trying to be better about acknowledging when I make mistakes. I do not really think it was a mistake. You had very good reason to be suspicious of him after all. It was more like an entirely valid difference of opinion. I could just as easily have been wrong, though I appreciate your efforts at self-improvement, my most beloved. Oh, I got a most beloved. What else could such a conscientious person be? Daw. Okay, so if I use Terrence, it's probably going to be the same. I'm just double checking. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's the same dialogue. Okay, so I think I've used every inventory item and every other inventory item. I've used every combination in the environment. I've tried to use or take everything, talked to everyone, looked at everything. There's nothing left. I've completely exhausted every single option except for taking the right fork. So here we go. Onward. Yeah, sorry, I have to go for all of the content. How can I not? So we're another part of the cave. So move options. I can go back to the fork, or I can go further down the path. Come back to those. So I can look at the darkness, I can look at a protruding rock, or I can look at barely visible object hanging from the ceiling. That's probably going to be significant. Anyway, look at the darkness. You want me to look at the darkness? Okay, done. Look at protruding rock. There's a pretty thick protruding rock, a bit of rock wall. Voila. The pretty thick protruding bit of rock wall here. Doesn't really get in the way, but it's weird that it protrudes out so far. I wonder how this cave was formed and why the rest of the tunnel was straight, but this wasn't. Probably some really complex reason I wouldn't understand. And look at barely visible object hanging from the ceiling. You can barely see it, but there's some kind of whitish, grayish object swaying back and forth up there. Looks like it's slightly dangling from the ceiling. Can't quite tell what it is from here. It's definitely out of reach, though. Okay, and let's talk to people. Talk to MC. MC, tactical analysis. Defeat the end boss with whatever means we have available? Good, good. Any intel on the end boss? None whatsoever. I'm sure we'll pull it out. You're damn right. Alright, talk to Monica. Monica, you there? Da-da-da. She's gone. Maybe she doesn't get narrator reception while we're in this cave. The narrator, anyway. Talk to Yuri. How you feeling, babe? Everything okay as we go deeper in? Yes, I'm fine. Spaces like these do not really trouble me at all. It is only very close spaces. That's good. Well, not good, but, you know, good that doesn't apply here. I understood, beloved. Okay, talk to Terrence. What do you do for fun, Terrence, when you're not guarding caves? I'm really into surfing. Surfing? That's awesome. So he does sailing and surfing. Yeah, because I'm so low to the ground, I ended up having kind of a natural knack for it. Lower center of gravity really helps in surfing. Does it now? That's interesting. You look lost in thought. This is about to turn into a comment about Natsuki's height. She is thinking that surfing might be interesting to her since it is an activity where a short height is an advantage. Ah. I never thought about that, but yeah, you're on the shorter side for a human, aren't you? I'm on the shorter side for monsters too, obviously. The short jokes do get old after a while, don't they? They do. They totally do. You so get me. Maybe after this is all over, you and I can go to the beach and you can teach me to surf. I'd be glad to. It's a promise. Yaw. Okay, so we've talked to everyone. It's use/take the darkness. Oh, we're getting into some shooty shit right here. Use the darkness. We will sneak up on our foes, maybe. Or, like, maybe it's more allegorical than that. Like, you have to use the darkness, like the darkness within us, which is symbolized by the darkness of this cave. Ooh, or maybe you want me to take the darkness. That links the two darknesses. I take the metaphorical darkness of the cave within me and use it to defeat my enemy. But at what cost, Tormuse? At what cost? Anyway, use/take protruding rock. Can't really take it. It's pretty solidly on there. Maybe I could climb up on it? I mean, I could probably, but it'd be tough to balance on it. It doesn't extend my height enough to do anything useful, like get that thing hanging from this cave ceiling, for instance. It's actually too far down the path, too. So even if it were high enough, it's too far away horizontally. Aggravating. Okay. And let's try to take the barely visible object hanging from the ceiling. It's too high up. And before you say anything, it would be too high up for anybody. Even Kenzo wouldn't be able to get it with a leap if he were here. Not even Sayuri's dad, and he's like the tallest guy I know. So you know the drill by now. There's some other less obvious stupid bullshit way to interact with that thing, probably. Yeah. Okay, so we've tried to take all those things. Nothing new in the inventory. I'm not going to bother clicking through them this time. But I will use inventory on the environment. Use self-esteem on darkness. I'm not afraid of the dark. Never have been, not even as a little kid. If anything, it makes me feel safer. Things can't see you if you're in the dark. Okay, use self-esteem on the protruding rock. Well, at least you're taller than this bump of rock. It's all relative, height. Don't let them get you down. And even this bump of rock is taller than some of the other tinier bumps. We're all valid, little rock protrusion. A self-esteem on the barely visible object. This thing is like a metaphor for your life, Natsuki. Oh no, due to inborn disadvantages, you can't reach the good thing. Whoa, alas. But then, with determination, grit, and inventiveness, you'll eventually get the thing. You'll show them. Okay, use MC on the darkness. Can you see anything in that darkness, MC? Well, no, because it's darkness. Yes, true. Why did you ask? Just making conversation. Okay. So use MC in the protruding rock? MC's a pretty good climber, but even so, don't think it would do much to get him on top of that rock wall. Plus, I don't want him to fall and get hurt or anything. Use MC on the object. Feel like I know the answer, but I guess you can't reach that thing up there, can you, MC? Nah, it's a bit too high. I need something to extend my reach. Foreshadowing is... Anyway. Inventory with environment. Okay, so Yuri. Use Yuri in the darkness. Getting awful dark in here, babe. It is. Do you need me to hold you close? Question mark tilde. Not now, later. As you will it. Aw. Use, excuse me, Yuri on the protruding rock. If she climbed up there, she still wouldn't be able to do much, other than just make even more short jokes about me or something. Yeah, that's definitely the most likely outcome here. Can't say I approve the idea, boss. Use Yuri on the object. Babe, as my proprietary tall person, can you please reach whatever that is up there? Alas, beloved, no, it is too high. Also, since when am I proprietary? Since we made it official, babe. You are mine. Oh, I did not expect that to fill me with such joy. Okay, what else we got? Use Terrence on the darkness. Don't suppose you can see any better than we can in the dark, Terrence. Actually, I can. I have very good low-light vision due to being a monster. Yeah. Classic D&D rules, right? They have infravision, like elves and orcs and so on. Anyway. Wow, really? Sweet. Didn't expect this to be a thing. So what's in the darkness? A cave tunnel with rocky walls and nothing of interest on either side. Go figure. And use Terrence on the protruding rock. Any thoughts on that little bump of rock there, Terrence? Not really. Just be careful not to trip over it as you go. Yeah, I've had enough trip-related incidents to this cave already. Terrence on the object. Terrence, my man. What's up, Natsuki? Do you know what that thing up there is? Can't really see it from this angle. It's too small. Definitely looks to be something dangling from the ceiling. Any ideas how to get it? Yeah, on how to get it? You'll probably need something in your inventory that's long enough to reach it. You're a wise man, Terrence. You should get a job writing video game hint books after this. I don't think they make those anymore very much. Too true, Terrence. All too true. That might be a bit of author insert there. Complain about the absence of hint books. I mean, that's something, that's a relic of like the 80s and 90s, really. I mean, I think there was a business to be had making hint books back in the day, but now everything's on the internet, so it's like there's no point. Anyway. So use Terrence. Oh wait, I already used them on the option in the ceiling, right? Yeah. So I already did all that. So you can use inventory on inventory, but it's just going to be a repeat of the same text I expect. So I think there's really nothing to do here except move on further down the path. Boom. All right, now we're at a dead end. So if I move, the only option is return the way I came. You can look at, there's a mysterious wooden chest, there's a rock wall, and there's a pile of bones. So yeah, I'll start by looking at these things. Mysterious wooden chest. Can't really see it, but off to the side there's an impressive looking wooden chest here. It's what I would call a treasure chest kinda chest. I suppose it could be a mimic if those are a thing that exists in whatever this is. Really, I'd say it's a pretty obvious treasure chest. Okay, and look at the rock wall. Tunnel dead ends here, just a sheer rock wall. Doesn't appear to be any other way to go. The wall seems pretty solid. Okay, and look at the pile of bones. There's a pile of bones jumbled in a heap here. Not as chaotic as they first appear. There's only one skull and two femurs and such. Looks like they're all from one skeleton, just kind of in disarray. Wonder how they got down here. Is this the point where I can, yeah, just... Okay, let's talk to people. Talk to MC. What do you think, MC? I mean, the chest seems like the obvious lead. True. Talk to Monica. I suppose you can hear us in here, Monica? Guess not. Talk to Yuri. Doesn't look like there's any other way to go, babe. No, indeed. Perhaps we should have a closer look around. Perhaps. And if I talk to Terrence? Doesn't look like we can go any further, huh, Terrence? Yeah, it definitely looks that way, Natsuki. Does everyone call you Natsuki, or do you have nicknames? Some people call me Nat or Nats, which is cool if you want to do that. My girlfriend calls me Beloved, but that's strictly a her thing. It does seem like her style. Definitely. What about you? Anyone call you Terry? Sometimes. Usually people just call me Terrence. Call me just Terrence. I guess I seem more like a Terrence than a Terry. You know what? That's true. You do give off full Terrence vibes. Some people shorten it even more to just Tear, too. Oh, I like that. Tear is solid. Yeah, that's what my wife calls me. Aw, so it's kind of how Yuri calls me Beloved. A little bit. Ah, sweet. Yeah. Okay, so I've talked to everyone, looked at everything. Shall I, let's try using items. You go through the inventory options first and use self-esteem on the wooden chest. About time all my efforts are rewarded with some honest-to-God treasure. Thanks, universe, for saving me. I appreciate the ups. Okay. Use self-esteem on rock wall. It's healthy to recognize your limits. No matter how much I may wish otherwise, I cannot run full bore into this wall, crushing it beneath me with my might. I am a rational and insane person. Use self-esteem on the pile of bones. To this do we all return. But not you. Not yet. You have flesh and blood pumps through your veins, Natsuki. Live, live! I still say this reads better if there's a comma after flesh. Otherwise it turns into a garden path sentence where you expect it to say, you have flesh and blood. But no, it's like, you have flesh and blood pumps through your veins. You know? Yes, technically, grammatically speaking, the comma is unnecessary, but it would improve readability. Whatever. So self-esteem. Oh yeah, I already did self-esteem on everything. So use MC on the wooden chest. Didn't expect to run into an actual treasure chest on this adventure. Yeah, me neither. Me either? Shouldn't that be me neither? Oh well. Kinda cool though. Makes you feel like a real adventuring party. That it does. Okay. Use MC on the rock wall. Again, while MC is dense, he is not battering ram dense. If he keeps doing character development, he's going to achieve puff pastry density. That's... yeah. But in any event, cannot use MC to batter hole in sheer rock. Sadly. Use MC on pile of bones. MC, these bones. What about them? Do they feel familiar somehow? No? Huh. Foreshadowing is literally... Anyway, use Yuri on the wooden chest. Wow. An actual treasure chest. What do you think, babe? I already have my greatest treasure. Oh my god, stop! Why you gotta get me like that? I am compelled. And use Yuri on the rock wall. Her wizardry seems to be more about like arcane shit. Don't think she's a geomancer or anything. Even if she could phase shift, I don't think there's anything on the other side of that wall anyway. And Yuri on pile of bones. Look, babe, pile of bones. Indeed. Common enough. Common? Certainly. You've been carrying around just such a pile yourself, as have I. I mean like outside the flesh casing. I suppose that is less common. Though we are in a dark underground cave. True, that's sort of the natural residence of Skelemen. Skelemen? Yeah, Skelemen. I see. Okay, so we've... yeah. Use Terrence on the wooden chest. Okay, Terrence. Monster question. Mimics, real or fake? Oh, they're fake. Who? That's kind of the whole point of them, is that they're fakes. No, I mean, like, are mimics themselves real or fake? Oh, no, they're real. I knew it. They don't really imitate treasure chests off anymore, though. Oh? Yeah, they tend to imitate compost bins and stuff. And then they just eat whatever gets put into them instead of people. Much more ecologically friendly and ethical. Huh. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Well, good on them for being so community conscious. Yeah, I have a few mimic friends, and they're always really nice. It's cute. Terrence on the rock wall. What's behind there, Terrence? The wall? Yeah? Nothing, so far as I know. Just a bunch of dirt and rock. Unless that's what they want us to think. Oh no! Have we been tricked? Is it a terrible trap? Oh, calm down, buddy. I was just doing a bit. Oh, phew, you scared me for a second. Terrence on the pile of bones. Hey, Terrence, do you know that guy? Oh, the bones there? No, not really. They don't say much. At least not to me. Huh. Okay, and now we use /take. So, okay, let's go do the wood chest. Well, obviously, let's get this chest open, guys. I bend low and open up the treasure chest. A faint light seems to come from the chest. Oh my. Wow. This chest is full of incredibly awesome weapons. Hell yeah, it is. Let's see. Oof, this sword is heavy. Guess this is for you, MC? Wait, how do we know any of these weapons are for any of us? Hey, what's this? It's heavy, therefore it's for the man? What after all the misogyny comments earlier? Oh well. Pretty standard dungeon treasure chest protocol. Sorry. Is that Terrence's line? Sorry. Pretty standard dungeon treasure chest protocol. Here guys? Yeah. Every hero has to have a weapon especially for them. Not for me though, as I'm only partially a hero and I already have my claws as my default equipment. True. Besides, MC, you're the only one who has the strength to use this thing. It's too heavy for me and Yuri. I guess so. What is that written on the hilt of the sword? It says +3. Weird. +3 sword. Like +3 damage or +3 to hit or both? I guess it's a +3 sword. +3 to what exactly? Yes. MC has obtained the +3 sword. Huh, what else is in here? Oh, sheesh. Here's the Yuri weapon if I've ever seen one. It's a staff of ashwood with a purple cord inlaid into it, and oh shit, if you put pressure on it right here, a retractable blade snaps in and out of the top of it. Staff with bayonet. Ah, ha ha ha, ah, ha ha ha. Yuri has obtained the blade stave. Well, that leaves one more weapon for yours truly. One doubtless epic and amazing weapon. Let's see. It's a stick. Like a kind of long regular stick. It's pretty thin and fragile at one end. You cannot be serious. Oh, cheer up, beloved. You must have some property to it as yet undiscovered by you. Man, I wanted like a gun that fires lightning bolts or something. Natsuki has obtained the regular stick. Fires lightning bolts. I'm suddenly reminded of the zero punctuation review from back in the day where Yahtzee was talking about the game Painkiller. He says one of his lines from the review was, "There's a gun that shoots shurikens and lightning. I wish I could make this up. It shoots shurikens and lightning. It could only be more awesome if it had tits and was on fire." which is which is a hilarious line. Anyway, staff the bayonet, love it. Yeah. Anyway, a regular stick. Anyway, use / take the rock wall. Can't really use the rock wall for anything. It's just a wall. Definitely can't take the rock wall. None of your put the rock wall in your inventory nonsense today. This is a life or death situation, so I don't want any sass from you. And lastly, use / take the pile of bones. I poke the inanimate pile of bones. It jostles somewhat poetically, but otherwise, nothing happens. And this is the point where my spoiler knowledge comes in handy, because I've read the code for this because I was doing playtesting for it. You may recall that earlier on in this mod within a mod within a mod, Natsuki made the remark that like we could try doing the same thing over and over again to see if it does something different, but it's not going to work for this particular interaction. Like the fact that she had to qualify it, saying for this particular interaction, was foreshadowing for this bit here, because you can use / take the pile of bones a second time, and note that the skip is grayed out, meaning it's new dialogue. I poke the inanimate pile of bones? ? It also somewhat poetically ? But ... otherwise nothing happens ? Yeah, it's slightly different this time. Like, question marks added, the ellipsis added. That's your only hint that it's different this time. Use take pile bones. Look, I don't know why you keep having me poke these bones, but I do it again. Still just jostle bones. No idea where you're going with this. And then use it again. Look, I don't know why you have... Yeah, and this time skip isn't grayed out, so... Like, this is something that you might easily miss if you're playing this for the first time and try to find this organically. But yep, you can keep poking these. Don't know why you keep having poking these bones. We do it again. So just the bones. We're going with this. Use take pile of bones. Same dialogue again. Pile of bones. Like, I don't know why you have to keep poking these bones. We do it again. And after the 5th time, I believe, yeah, here we go. And we've got a bot in chat. We're gonna just ban you outright. There you go. Bye bye. Yeah, like, I think any normal person playing this would be justified in assuming that there was nothing after the 3rd time, you know, because this at that point the skip button stops being grayed out. it, like I would not. It would not occur to me to keep clicking it after that. I only knew that this was a thing because of looking at the code. It has a line of dialogue. Like there's a little bit of code. There's an if statement there. It's like if variable for number of times clicked is like 5 or less, then play this message. Otherwise, do this. So I knew that after the 5 times, yes, different stuff happens. Anyway, seriously, why? What are you trying to accomplish by having me mess with these bones? Are you just trying to aggravate me? Use pile of bones. Sure, why not? Jostle, jostle, jostle. It's kind of a pleasingly tactile experience anyway. Just amuse myself with the remains of a human person. Use pile of bones. You know, these bones actually feel kind of weird to the touch. I expect human bones to feel kind of gritty or dirty. These feel almost like they're laminated or something. Plasticky, I guess? Maybe human bones just get that way if you leave them long enough. That doesn't sound right, though. Use pile of bones. And that line is also foreshadowing. Use pile of bones. Whee! Just stirring up a pile of the only trace of a human life left on this earth. What a joy. What a marvel. What an absolutely insane use of my time. Use pile of bones. At this point, I have to assume you've just realized you can get me to act differently every time you do this. So you're just still going. At some point, I should stop rewarding this behavior and just start repeating the same thing endlessly to put you off like I always do. Ha! You didn't know that was a behavior designed to shut you down until now. You thought it was just the limitations of the medium. But it's been me doing it on purpose all along. Just keep saying the same shit and you lose interest. Because you are fundamentally a toddler in front of whose face I am jingling keys. Or bones in this case. Yeah, I really feel like the third, fourth, and fifth pokes, yeah. I consider it a flaw that the skip button ceases to gray out there, indicating that it's no longer new dialogue. It makes it harder for someone to accidentally find this. Oh well. You know, kind of like these bones. Feel a kinship with them. They feel right. They feel friendly. So you know what? I don't mind. Keep having me mess with them for all I care. Use pile of bones. Here I go again, messing with the bones. Maybe if I grab a humerus, I can use it as like a stirring stick and... Whoa! Suddenly, the bones are all moving by themselves, snapping into a particular shape. They're forming a skeleton. This is some eldritch shit. Wait a second. Oh shit! Sayashi! Sorry, Sayashi, I didn't know it was you. Sayashi ... Yeah, I wouldn't have effed with your bones so much otherwise. Good to see you down here, man. Why are you hanging out in this cave anyway? Shouldn't you be back in Masita's classroom? Yeah, this is the secret optional thing you can find in this mod within a mod. That yes, Sayashi is a character. Sayashi the skeleton from Masita's classroom. There's an ad break coming up. I'm gonna snooze that because I think after this interaction I'm gonna wrap up the stream actually. Anyway, shouldn't you be in Masita's classroom? Sayashi ... Well, good on you. Everyone needs enrichment. Is she okay? Yes, she is always like this when it comes to the skeleton. It's just an overactive imagination, pay it no heed. Sayashi ... Oh, nothing much. We're just down here doing adventuring party shit. Is that actually the skeleton from Miss Ida's classroom, or does she just do this with any skeleton? No, it's actually that skeleton. How does Yuri know that? I recognize it from the way the bones are preserved and a couple of unique marks. Oh, there you go. Huh. Sayashi ... What? No shit. I mean, obviously. I'd be psyched. ... Like the implication is that Sayashi just asked to join the party. Sayashi has joined the party. There you go. So there you go. We now have Sayashi in our inventory. Yeah, I think this is a good note to wrap up the stream. It's been 5 hours. It's a decent enough stopping point. Would have been nice if I'd been able to finish, the experience or Baking with Natsuki 3, whatever you want to call it. But it's a decent enough stopping point, I think. We end with Sayashi. Yeah, I thought so. I thought that ending with Sayashi would be a good place to end it. So yeah, just looking up who to raid, and I don't know, it's really jumping out at me. I'll take a peek at the. What is this thing doing? I'm trying to bring up the Doki Doki Literature category there. Okay, yeah, yeah. It's so uncommon to find people streaming mods in the when I browse the DDLC tag. So, can we end it? Yeah. Okay, so we're probably just gonna do. I mean, I'm open to suggestions. You got 3. If you have a suggestion, you have 3 minutes and 33 seconds to make it, because that's because I don't want to have to snooze the ad break again, because I have a limited number of times I can do it. But yeah, I'm thinking I might give a raid to the Deadpool. He's playing Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries, which I was only vaguely aware they went up to Mech Warrior 5. I remember playing the original Mech Warrior back in the day. That's back in the... Was that the 80s or 90s? Would have been late 80s, early 90s, I guess. The original Mech Warrior, it's a very old game. But yeah, Mech Warrior 5 is... yeah, it's that game where you're... about folks getting into giant mechanical robots that go fight each other. That, you know, they go shoot at each other on various planetary environments and so on. And there's a whole lore behind it and stuff. It's pretty neat. Yeah, he normally streams The Long Dark, but he's playing that game today, and I don't know, I think it looks cool. I also played Mech Warrior 2 back in the day. I can't say I was specifically aware there was a Mech Warrior 3 and 4. Maybe I don't know, maybe it was vaguely aware somewhere in the back of my mind. I've never... the first 2 games were the only ones that I played. I'm rambling again. Yeah, next Sunday, I hope to finish up Natsuki's mod, and also hopefully finish up episode 48 if I can. We'll see. We got through 5 hours of this. I mean, with all the tangents and so on, I probably slow myself down a lot, but I might be able to finish the episode. We'll see. In the meantime, I'm probably going to come back to the Long Dark run that I was doing in the misery mode. That was fun coming back to that the other day. Yeah, looking forward to it. But that's all for now. Until next time.